Man, all day today, I saw at least 4 different channels. PBC is going out of business, and they, what happened? They putting on big fights. They're supposed to do that, people. What part of that don't you understand? You celebrating what they're supposed to do. That's what they're supposed to do. That's what they got in the business of doing. What are you talking about? That's what they're supposed to do. Put on big fights.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew. We are here live and in living color with another episode of Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. Welcome. I'm just so excited to be here, like I tell y'all every week. I'm glad you all can be with me here today. We're going to have a great show today. We're going to have an exciting show today. We're going to talk about some boxing. We're going to talk about the business of boxing. We're going to talk about the sport of boxing. We're going to talk about so many things that have taken place, particularly in the last week. And it's amazing to me how boxing is giving all of us who are fans of this sport those vibes of the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s. Why is boxing giving us those vibes? Boxing is giving us those vibes because simply the best fights are being produced. And those fights, irregardless of who wins or who loses in those fights, have allowed fans of the sport of boxing all over the world to win. And that's what we love about the sport of boxing. It's finally happening. It is finally here. So, we're going to talk about how boxing got to the place where we, as fans of the sport, can win and see the best fights being produced on a more consistent basis.
Man, all day today, I saw at least 4 different channels. PBC is going out of business, and they, what happened? They putting on big fights. They're supposed to do that, people. What part of that don't you understand? You celebrating what they're supposed to do. That's what they're supposed to do. That's what they got in the business of doing. What are you talking about? That's what they're supposed to do. Put on big fights.
Yep. We're going to talk about the how. We're going to talk about that momentarily. Yep. I'm talking about PBC, y'all. Premier Boxing Champions. We're going to talk about all of that. But before we talk about all of that, we have to talk about how we're going to open up this podcast this morning. We have to open it up the same way we open up every live broadcast, and that is our Town Watch check-in. Now, I don't think the viewership is increasing exponentially, as I always say. But here's what we're going to do, though, because I don't even know who's viewing and who's not viewing. I don't see no viewership on my end. I don't. So, what we're going to do is start it off the right way and do our town watch check-in. Now we know this. This is no secret here. That the viewership may not be increasing exponentially. Yeah, we know that. You know there's more than one grocery store in the world, right? Yeah, yeah. So sometimes you have some people that like to go to one grocery store, shop, and then when they leave that grocery store, go to the next grocery store and do some more shopping. I think that's what's happening to us. But the thing I love about it is this. Both grocery stores produce good product. And so this is what I love about YouTube, because you can create your own product and then produce it. So let me say this before we do our town watch check-in. I don't know who's here. I don't know how many people are viewing. I can't see that on my end. But I'll tell you what, I welcome you. You here now, live in living color, I welcome you. If you're watching this live on the replay version, I welcome you. If you're joining us live here for the first time, I welcome you as well. It don't matter what you're here for. I'm going to give you what you asked for. I'm going to give you what you want. I know you want at least two things. At least two. At least two. And that is what? Education and entertainment. That's what I'm going to give you. Glad to be back. I miss you all. Air fryer. I just plugged it in. Some of you might be watching me or hearing me on a replay of this. May ask yourself, why do Manager Marty keep using the words air fryer? Why? I do have a new audience. I do have new subscribers who haven't been around me on this channel as long as others. So they might not know the origins of where the air fryer. Here's the thing. Someone dubbed me an air fryer, as an air fryer. People have called me the air fryer in my comment sections, in the chat, because I use the term air frying instead of cooking. You know, there's a term called let's cook on this topic on YouTube. And so I don't cook. I've used the term periodically myself before I start saying air frying, but we don't cook on this channel. We air fry. Ain't nothing wrong with cooking though. I'm just saying on this channel, we air fry. You know, food tastes, especially that chicken, that meat, ooh, it tastes better for some reason. Well, I know the reasons, but it tastes better when you air fry it. And so, yeah, we air fry over here. So I am the air fryer. So if you hear me say the air fryer is heating up, or I just plugged the air fryer in, or the air fryer has met or reached its highest heating capacity, ooh-wee, I'm referring to the levels that I'm going to air fry on. So I just plugged it up. Take a little moment to heat up, because we have a segment on this podcast called Nip It in the Bud. Most of you who are here joining me live in the replay of this live, you are familiar with the Nip It in the Bud segment. I'm saying this in the beginning so that when people start coming in and viewing this, they will understand when I post the link in the chat. I say fly the kite in the chat. They will understand who that link is designated for. And so this is going to come up momentarily, our Nip It in the Bud segment for all of Terrence Bud Crawford fans, specifically Terrence Bud Crawford fans, to come on the live broadcast, unscripted, unrehearsed, to have a dialogue with me directly. There's some questions that I would like to ask because we need answers. There's some answers to the questions that some Terrence Bud Crawford fans may have or be looking for from me. There's some topics about Terrence Crawford and a statement that he recently made, literally yesterday. We're going to talk about that as well. So I'm just preparing you all because we have to wait sometimes 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes for Terrence Bud Crawford fans to tap that link and join us. We're not going to wait that long. I have how many episodes I got? 12 or 13? 12 or 13 episodes that I have condensed into episodes from live segments with Terrence Bud Crawford fans on my channel. So at this point, people know the play at this point. At this point, we all know when the segment comes up, Terrence Bud Crawford fans are all welcome to join live. We are familiar with it now. So there's no need to keep waiting. We're not begging anybody to join us. You have the opportunity and the platform provided by me to come and speak your piece. Even if you think I'm hating on Bud, that's okay. And here's the thing about it. Terrence Bud Crawford fans like it. They like this segment called Nip It in the Bud. Boxing fans like this segment called Nip It in the Bud, and even Errol Spence Jr. fans. Everybody likes it. So if everybody else like it, you know I like it too. So I'm preparing all the Terrence Bud Crawford fans, the ones that want to participate in the live broadcast. I'm preparing you now. So it won't sound like I'm begging you to come up here or join the channel or join the panel. I'm just preparing you all now so that when I fly the kite in the link, or the chat rather, when I fly the kite, which is the link in the chat, we don't have to keep waiting for you. Because I know you here. See, that's the thing. I could see if I didn't know that you, when I say you, I'm referring to Terrence Bud Crawford fans specifically. I know you're here. I know that. And so we need answers. So let's get on to our bread and water segment of the podcast. Yep. Town Watch Check-in. I want to thank my moderators who've been doing much better. I want to do that right now because there are things I see in the chat, right? And there's things I see in the chat. And when I see some disturbing things in the chat, my expectation is that the people that have the wrench next to their names as moderators do a good job like you always do. And so I just looked at the chat and I see that someone, hold up for 1 second. Someone made a disparaging remark. That's okay. Yeah. Now, you know what's interesting, yo? I don't know what's going on my end, but I can't see any of the comments. Like, y'all know I'm in StreamYard. I can't see not one comment right now in my comment sections. I don't know what's going on. I can't see no how many people viewing. I don't know what's going on. But you know what? We're going to rock out because I'm using my iPad now. And hopefully I can see your comments so we can move on to our Town Watch check-in. Before I do that, though, I want to say salute to everyone that has acknowledged me in the chat. I see you. I welcome you as well. Thank you very much. Now, there was somebody, let me say this before we do our Town Watch check-in. There was somebody in the chat that used the N-word. If you're in the chat, you know exactly the comment that was just held for review. That person that said that was referring to me and asked me the question of who do you manage? I have a video, whoever you are that said that. I'm gonna help you out today. I have a video that I published on my channel. As a matter of fact, it was a live broadcast. It was a live broadcast. If you go down and scroll down, about a month or two ago, actually, I'm in the thumbnail. My image is in the thumbnail. And you'll see the words, who do Manager Marty manage? Or who does Manager Marty manage? Or something like that. So when you get a chance, the person who said that in the chat, when you get a chance, the answer to your question is in the content that I published about a month or two ago. All right? So go check that out when you're done watching this live right now. Go check that video out. And all of your answers to your question will be resolved. Now let's get back to our Town Watch check-in. I'm going to start it off first. And then y'all know how we do. Everybody in the chat that want to participate, if you are watching the replay of this live, you may also participate in the comments section. And I'm going to acknowledge where you're from when I see the comments, even after the live broadcast is finished. Let's get right into it. If you don't know what our Town Watch check-in is, let me give you a brief synopsis on what it is, what it represents, why do I do it. Our Town Watch check-in is very simple. What we do is, as an audience, we check in by inserting our geographical location in the chat. The geographical location that you represent today, and or the geographical location where you were born and raised from. It can be any city, any state, any island, any country. And when you do that, I am going to publicly acknowledge the location that you are representing in the chat or the comment section, right? And then before you do that, though, I'm going to start it off first. Why do I do this Town Watch check-in? It's so that we won't get comments like you just saw in my chat that I hid, where we're disrespecting one another. Even if we don't agree, even if we disagree, we all represent a place where we are from. And all of us have different geographical locations. All of us have different belief systems, different perspectives, different philosophies, different orientations. But the great thing about what we do with our Town Watch check-in on this channel is that we acknowledge, that's why I publicly acknowledge where you're from, we acknowledge that irregardless of our differences, irregardless of whether we agree or not, irregardless of those things, we share one thing in common, and that is our love for the sport of boxing. And so that's why we do our Town Watch check-in, as an opportunity to show everybody that knows about this channel that we are all inclusive. So with that being said, I'm going to start it off first. You know I represent DFW. Oh yes, Arlington, Texas is in the building. By way of Mansfield, Tarrant County to be exact. And I also represent my hometown of the great city of Philadelphia. Nope, not the Philadelphia that's in the state of Mississippi. No, 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 no. The Philadelphia that's in the state of Pennsylvania. That's my check-in. Where are you from? Come on, let's check on in so I can publicly acknowledge where you're from. Let's check on in. Let's check on in. I see you in the chat. I see you in the chat. I see you. West Baltimore in the house. I see you. Cedar Hill, Texas is in the building. I see you. Chicago, Illinois is with us. They call it the Windy City. I knew the air was blowing. The wind was blowing. I knew something was going on because it's a little hot outside. It's a little muggy out there today. That's what it was. Somebody from Chicago just checked in. That's what's going on. I see you. ATL is in the building. Macon, Georgia is here. H-Town in the building, Houston, Texas. Who else we got? Come on, y'all. Let's check on in. Let's check on in. Augusta, Georgia is here. Alexandria, Virginia is here. Hey, I'm not the only person from Pennsylvania representing. We got somebody from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in the building with us this morning. Dallas, Texas, hashtag man down. I see you in the building. Toledo born, but live in Austin, Texas. I see you in the house. Is Brooklyn in the house? Without a doubt. Where Brooklyn at? I'm going to tell you where Brooklyn at. Brooklyn is right here in the chat. Brooklyn is here. 305, Miami, Florida is in the building. Hey, listen, the City of Angels. Y'all know what that is. Y'all know where that's at, right? City of Angels is here. Woo! DC is in the building, representing the DMV. How can I forget? How can I forget that my guy is in the building? I just seen it. Now, you know I stopped my show for him. He's one of my day one supporters, and I got to give him some support and love every time I see him in the chat. My guy, Mike Harrison, is in the building, representing Maryville, Indiana, is here with us. Who else we got? Come on, let's check on in. The Bay Area is here. Richmond, California. Come on in, I see you. Who else we got on in? We got a few more moments. We got a few more moments. We're not trying to leave nobody out. Come on in. Come on in. Check on in. Check on in. Check on in. Who else we got in the building? Let's represent. Let's represent. Who else we got in here? I know we got at least one more. Can we get at least one more check-in? I think we got like one more. I know we do. Can we get one more? Just one. There you go. I knew something. I knew something wasn't right, but we got it together. We got it together now. Los Angeles, California is in the building. The East is in the house. Camden, New Jersey is here with us. Ooh, we got Raleigh and Durham, North Carolina, and then we got the state of North Carolina also in the building with us today. Can we get one more check-in? One more check-in as the viewership is increasing exponentially. Phoenix, Arizona is here in the house with us today. Dallas, Texas is also here with us this morning. Come on, somebody, check on it. Can we get one more? Oh, we're going to talk some boxing today, y'all. I know what you came here for. I'm going to give you what you asked for. I'm going to give you what you want. You want education and entertainment. I'm going to give it right to you. We got one more. Come on, let's check on in. I know we got one more. I know we do. Can we get one more? Can we get one more? One more check-in. One more check-in. One more check-in. Can we get one? Can we get one more? I know that's right. That's all I'm talking about. H-Town in the building. Houston, Texas. Man, we got people from the West Coast, East Coast, down south, Midwest, Southeast. We got, everybody here today. No, that's right. Let's talk some boxing now. That is the bread and water segment of each and every last live broadcast that we do here on the Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. I want to make sure I didn't forget anybody. And if you're just joining in live and you forget to check in, or if you want to check in later on while the broadcast is going on, you still have an opportunity to do so, because when I see it in the chat, I'm still going to publicly acknowledge you. Did I say Chicago, Illinois is here? I think I did. So good morning, each and every last one of you. Salute to everybody in the chat. I welcome your viewership. I appreciate your viewership. I know that most of the audience is at the other grocery store, right? And I'm sure sometimes when that grocery store shopping is done, if this grocery store is still open, they'll come over here and shop here with us. And so I love it. I love it. I'm excited about it. And both grocery stores produce good product. You see? Before we move forward, I want to play an excerpt for some of you that just joined me live just now. You may not have heard it when you came in. Tuscaloosa, Alabama is in the building. I see you. You may have not heard it, but I'm going to replay it because we're going to talk about a little bit of this momentarily. Oh, Philly in the building. Y'all know when I see my city in anybody that's in the building from my city, you know I got to represent. 30th and Lehigh is in the building. Dallas, Texas, I see you in the building. Listen, y'all. Y'all heard that what they said in the chat. Come on in. You're not forced to do it, but I appreciate it. Click on that like button. Click on that like button now. Listen, if you like it, just go on and click on it. You don't have to do it right now if you don't want to, but later on in the segment, if you hear or see something that you like, it's not going to hurt you. Go on and click that like button. Mike Wilson. Mike Wilson. Mike Wilson. Mike Wilson. In the chat. Mike Wilson. Mike, I see your comment. I see your comment, brother. Mike Wilson. We don't talk like that on this channel, sir. Moderators. Let's do what you got a wrench for. Let's do what you're supposed to do. Mike Wilson, we don't do that, bro. We don't do that, bro. We don't do that. Nah, we don't do that, bro. All right, Mike Wilson, we don't do that, bro. We don't talk like that on this channel, bro. No. We don't talk like that, bro. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, brother. I'm assuming that you are a man because your name is Mike. You know, people be trolling now. I'm just assuming that. But that's why I'm saying, you know, calling you bro or brother. We don't do that, bro. We don't talk like that on this channel. All right? Now that we got that clarified, don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
least 4 different channels. PBC is going out of business, and they, what happened? They putting on big fights. They're supposed to do that, people. What part of that don't you understand? You celebrating what they're supposed to do. That's what they're supposed to do. That's what they got in the business of doing. What are you talking about? That's what they're supposed to do. Put on big fights.
Did y'all hear that? Let's do an audio check here. Did y'all hear what was just said? Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, did y'all hear that? We're going to air fry on that momentarily. Did y'all hear that? I need an audio check. Can somebody tell me yes, no? Audio was too low. Audio was good, clear. I see 2 people that said they heard it. I want to make sure we all heard that now. All right, that's 1, 2. Okay, still 2. Mr. Vegas, what up? Remy, what up? I see you. I'm gonna play that one more time for the people in the back. I want y'all to listen now, because we're gonna talk about it a little later on.
Man, all day today I saw at least 4 different channels. PBC is going out of business, and they, what happened? They putting on big fights. They're supposed to do that, people. What part of that don't you understand? You celebrating what they're supposed to do. That's what they're supposed to do. That's what they got in the business of doing. What are you talking about? That's what they're supposed to do.
I'm sure y'all heard that. What up, family? What's going on this morning? We're going to talk about that as I represent my city, because I'm wearing the Phillies situation right now. We're going to talk about that. Y'all heard what was said. Y'all heard what was said now. We're going to show you how even Terrence Bud Crawford disagreed with some content creators. Remember last weekend when we were here live, I told y'all that there were people who, which y'all already know this already, who was saying some very disparaging things about PBC, about Al Heyman, about the business practices of Showtime, discrediting them, spreading false rumors. And I mentioned 3 names. I don't have to mention those 3 names again when I'm talking about Barbershop Conversation or Blue Blood Sports TV or Rick Glazer. But I told y'all last weekend that these 3, and I'm sure there's more people, but they're more notable, have been talking down towards the PBC for the past year. And PBC just keep on working. We're going to deal with a little bit of that today. I'm glad to see each and every last one of you today. I'm glad that you're with me. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here live in living color, right here in the grocery store. And so the thing about it is, I gotta tell you this. This is important too. The thing about it is this. Last weekend, right? Last Saturday, I believe, to be exact, people were correcting me, right? Because I placed a picture up that you see on your screen right now. If most of you that were here, you recall what I'm talking about, where people were telling me, "Hey, Marty, that's not Jamal Charlo. You got the wrong picture. You put the wrong brother up there. You put the wrong image of Jamal Charlo up there," because reports surfaced that Jamal Charlo was going to fight Canelo. So I went on Google to find images of Jamal Charlo so that I could create a thumbnail, which is what you see on your screen. But I inadvertently chose the image of his brother, Jamel Charlo, which is who you see on your screen, because as we all know, they are identical twins. And so I inadvertently inserted the wrong image. I put Jamel Charlo up next to Canelo, which is who you see on your screen, instead of Jamal Charlo. I was trying to put Jamal Charlo on the screen because reports surfaced last week that Jamal Charlo is going to fight Canelo. And we actually air fried on it a little bit. But long and behold, a week later, even though I mistakenly and inadvertently put the wrong image of the of Jamel up, we're seeing reports surfacing that I was actually inadvertently correct. That it is Jamel Charlo, not Jamal Charlo, the 160-pound champion, not him, but his brother, who is the undisputed junior middleweight champion of the world, Jamel Charlo, that's going to fight Canelo. Now, my thing is this. I don't understand this dynamic. I'm going to tell y'all, I don't. I don't. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. We're going to air fry on it. Before we do, let me get the first super chat, the first super sticker, rather, of the morning from Kelly Brown. Kelly, thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your support to the channel. I really, really appreciate it. And you also put a comment up here, and I want to make sure that I put the comment up there so that people can see it. I'm going to read it. Thank you, Kelly. Kelly says, keep it going, Marty. I love you for the truth you present. Love you back, Kelly. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. And yes, I am always going to present the truth. I just am. And I know people don't like it. Some people, not y'all, not the Roller Tape film crew members, not the supporters, not the people in the chat, not the viewers, not y'all. I'm talking about some other people. The haters. That's who I'm referring to. Them. I know they don't like the truth, but that's why I'm going to keep telling them more and more and more to make them not like it over and over again. And if they don't like me, so be it. Now, it's all about maintaining integrity. Now, I don't understand. Me personally, I don't understand from a business perspective. I don't understand the true significance of Jamel Charlo fighting Canelo Alvarez. If these reports are true, you know, I don't go by hearsay now. But we got to deal with it because it's rumored and it's been reported. We haven't heard anybody from PBC say this. Well, I haven't. Y'all may have. So let me not say we. I haven't heard anyone that represents the PBC or Showtime themselves speak on this or publicize this. So we're just talking about a mere rumor that it is not Jamal Charlo, the 160-pound champion, that's going to fight Canelo in September. It's his younger brother, Jamel Charlo, who is undisputed at junior middleweight. So if that is the case, and I understand, I told you this last weekend, that Jamal has been inactive for 2 years, and that made me a little bit more concerned. Because him coming off of a 2-year layoff to fight Canelo, who's been active, that's not really a good look for Jamal. And so now, it is official. Somebody said Stephen Espinosa said it's true. Oh, well, I didn't hear him. But if Stephen Espinosa said it's true, then I'll take his word. My thing is this. If Canelo beat Jamel Charlo, right, he don't get no credit for it because we know that Jamel Charlo is the smaller version of Jamal. Like, Canelo be fluctuating in weight. He go up, he go down, he go back up again. He walks around almost 200. I mean, we already know that. 200 pounds I'm referring to. Almost. At least 180 something. At least 180 something pounds. We know this to be true. And so it is official. I'm hearing in the chat that it's confirmed. Canelo posted it, and so did Jamel. I did see Canelo's post. I did see, it was a little bit vague, but I did see that. But my thing is, he's fighting a smaller guy. So he don't get no credit. I know business-wise, Jamel has the undisputed crown that he's wearing on his head. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good look. Now, is Jamel or Jamal, either one, but definitely Jamel, are the brothers, whichever one fight them, we're gonna just say Jamel, since people are telling me in the chat it's official. Will Jamel get the biggest payday of his career? Absolutely. He's gonna make a lot of big money in this fight. No question about it. But I'm just trying to figure out, what is the significance, though? Like, what is the actual significance of these two fighters fighting right now, when all we want to see is Jermell Charlo defend those titles against Tim Tszyu? You remember when Tim Tszyu fought Tony Harrison? The only reason Tim Tszyu fought Tony Harrison is because Jermell got injured. Y'all remember that? That's the only reason he fought That's the only reason Jermell Charlo was inactive and had to pull out of the fight with Tim Tszyu, because of his injury. And Tim Tszyu fought Tony Harrison. He dominated, of course, as we knew he would do. I was rooting for Tony to win, though, but he dominated that fight and won. And then he just fought recently again. So all of us, we are waiting in anticipation and expecting Jermell Charlo to fight Tim Tszyu. And now we're hearing this. Let me get the super chat real quick. Jesse Wyatt, thank you for your support and your contribution to the channel and your viewership too. I appreciate it. Jesse Wyatt, thank you so much. Jesse says, it's true, big dog. Jamel posted it, Canelo posted it, and PBC posted it yesterday. I'm Facebook friends with Derek James, and he posted it yesterday evening too. Thank you for that information, Jesse Wyatt. I appreciate that, and I'm going to run with that because Derek James is credible. Jamel, he's credible. PBC, we already know how credible they are. And someone in the chat earlier just told me that Steven Espinosa also made a reference to it officially. So here we are. It's like Canelo can't make the weight. So I'm trying to figure out, what weight are these two guys? Thank you, JJ, in the chat. Thank you. I see it. PBC posted it as well. Thank you. What weight are these guys going to fight at? That's my question. And I asked the same question. This is funny. I asked the same question last weekend when I thought Jamal Charlo was fighting Canelo. So now I'm really asking now. Canelo is credible too. Yes, I agree. Now I'm really asking, what weight they're going to fight at again? Now, I respect the fact that Charlo, when I say Charlo, I'm referring specifically to Jermell Charlo. I respect the fact that Jermell is trying to get at that bag. He's going to get the biggest payday, if not in his life, definitely in his career. Because it's happening in September, and we know that is Mexican Independence Day in September, and it's as huge as Cinco de Mayo in May. And we know that Canelo Alvarez dominated both of those dates. And you know, Floyd Mayweather dominated those dates. And then after Floyd Mayweather retired, that's Canelo's date now. And that's been Canelo's date for years now. So we know that in May and September, Canelo going to rumble. I don't know how this is going to pan out because they have to fight at a catch weight. We already know it's going. I just want to know what's the weight though of the catch weight, because let's put this in proper perspective, y'all. Jermell Charlo 154, Canelo Alvarez 168. So in the middle of both of those weights is 165. So I could see Canelo coming down to about 64, 65, since he's at 168. And then you got 154 in Jermell Charlo. So the weight in between is 160. So I can see them doing the catch weight at 164, 165. But now when you're fighting at that catch weight, though, I don't see how the belt's going to be on the line. So I think that they both probably just maintain their belts. It don't matter who win or lose. I think. I know for a fact that Jermell Charlo's belts cannot be on the line because he's representing 154 pounds. But even if Canelo come down at the catch weight, they can because it's only 3 pounds off. They can make something happen where his belts will be on the line. I don't think the belts will be on the line because they're meeting at a catch weight. So if Canelo's defending his belts, then they must going to be meeting at a catch weight or 168. I just don't see how beneficial it will be for Jermell to move up 2 weight classes, 2 weight divisions. I respect it though. I do. So I just, in other words, there's no shame in moving up 2 weight classes to fight a fighter. There's no shame in that at all. Clarissa Shields said it. Somebody in the chat just said it. Daring to be great. I respect that. I'm all for that too, actually. I respect it. But what I don't understand is, from Canelo's perspective, it makes him look like a weight bully. Now, granted, in Canelo's defense, there's really not too many people that he can fight at 168. There's only one other person, maybe 2. There's only really 2 other people. I would say Jermall Charlo, who's 160. He's not at the weight class, but he's more closer to the weight than his brother, Jermell. And Demetrius Andrade. They're the only 2 people that I can see him defending the titles against. When I say the only 2 people I see that he can fight, that's what I'm talking about. Just to defend the titles. Yes, he can fight Benavidez, but Benavidez ain't coming all the way down to no 168. Because we know Benavidez, he walk around big just like Canelo too. Now, when I say he's not coming down, I am fully aware that he's already 168. What I'm referring to, yes, I know he's 168. I know. What I'm referring to is the fact that he would have to put on a lot of weight because Canelo is really a big guy. Yes, Benavidez 168. I know. What I'm saying is Canelo is a naturally big guy. So is Benavidez. So Benavidez walks around at a much higher weight than Canelo does. And so what I'm saying is Canelo can wait or his team can kind of wait until Benavidez balloon up, which is what he does in between fights, to come all the way down at the right time. So I was talking about timing when I talked about Benavidez coming all the way down to 68 at the right time. Because we do that in business too. Wait for a fighter to go up and then be like, all right, now let's see if we can. I know he can make the weight, but it's going to be a struggle. Let's bring him down at this particular time. Now let's fight him. And so that's what I mean. I'm just talking about how strategy works, right? So I'm hearing two different schools of thoughts. Some people in the chat are saying that this fight is going to be at a catch weight at 164. Some other people in the chat are saying that Jamel is moving up 2 weight divisions to fight Canelo at 168. I don't know which one is accurate, but the great thing about it is Jamel Charlo don't have nothing to lose. He really doesn't. His belt is not on the line. He really has absolutely nothing to lose in this situation. So this is a good time for him. But I have a question on this. We got to call a spade now. Y'all know how I am. Y'all know how I am. Let me ask this question because I want your feedback. I want feedback. If Jamel Charlo I have a question. Because Jamel Charlo is scheduled to fight Canelo Alvarez because he's moving up in weight, I have a question. Is Jamel Charlo ducking Tim Tszyu? We need answers. Let me ask it again for the people in the back. I have a question. Because Jamel Charlo is moving up in weight to fight Canelo Alvarez and not Tim Tszyu, is he ducking Tim Tszyu? Let me paint the picture in its full totality. We know this to be true. This is not an opinion. This is not hearsay. This is facts. Jamel Charlo was literally in negotiations to fight Tim Tszyu. The negotiations obviously went well because both fighters were scheduled. And it was on Showtime's scheduling. Remember they rolled the schedule out? Back in January? That Tim Tszyu was going to fight Jamel Charlo for the undisputed junior middleweight championship of the world. It was already publicized by Showtime. It was already publicized by PBC. But Jamel Charlo injured his hand. He injured his hand. So since he injured his hand, he couldn't compete and he had to pull out of the fight with Tim Tszyu. Because that happened, Tim Tszyu went on to fight Tony Harrison when Tony Harrison raised his hand voluntarily to get a shot at Tim Tszyu so that he can be back into championship contention to fight Charlo for the third time. Well, Tim Tszyu, we saw what he did to Tony Harrison. And then a few months after that fight, Tim Tszyu fought again, waiting for Jermell Charlo. So the question on the floor again is because Jermell Charlo, excuse me, did I say Jermell? Yes. Because Jermell Charlo was expected to fight Tim Tszyu, and now he's not fighting Tim Tszyu. He's coming off of that injury, moving up in weight to fight Canelo Alvarez. Is he a duck? That's my question. Is Jermell Charlo a duck? People in the chat is saying yes, he is a duck. Let's see if anybody's saying no. Somebody in the chat said no. He's not a duck. So we have a mixed crowd today. Some people are saying absolutely not. Some people are saying no. He's not a duck. Some people in the chat are saying yes. He is a duck because he's moving up to fight Canelo instead of fighting Tim Tszyu. Now, for the people that say that Charlo is not a duck because he's fighting Canelo, I want to hear your reason why. Why isn't he a duck? Let's talk about it right now. Someone said he's not a duck because he has nothing to lose. Someone else in the chat says that he's fighting a harder fight in fighting Canelo than he is fighting Tim Tszyu, so he can't be a duck. Anyone else? Okay. Now, for those of you that say that Charlo is a duck, I want to hear from you. Mr. Pragmatic, salute to you. Always a pleasure to see you, family. Welcome. For those of you that are saying that Jermell Charlo is a duck because he's not fighting Tim Tszyu to defend his titles, but he's moving up in weight to fight Canelo Alvarez. Let me hear your reason of why he is a duck. In the chat, in the comment section below, if you're watching the replay of this live. Someone says it's financially ducking. Someone says, I thought a duck is when you avoid fighting tough competition and then you turn around and fight an easier opposition. We're going to deal with that in just a few seconds. Can someone tell me if Jermell Charlo is a duck, if you believe that, how is he a duck? Let's talk about it right now. Can somebody in the chat tell me why? You believe he is a duck. Tell me why. People that believe that he was not a duck or is not a duck, they told me why. Now I'm asking that same question to those who believe that Charlo is a duck. Okay, so now to those of you that believe that Charlo is not a duck, and for those of you who believe that Charlo is a duck, my question to you now is, if Devin Haney fights Regis Prograis, instead of fighting Tank Davis, is Devin Haney a duck? I want to compare both fighters now, Devin Haney and Jermell Charlo. Let me ask that question again for the people in the back. If Jermell Charlo is moving up in weight to fight Canelo Alvarez, instead of fighting Tim Tszyu to defend his belts, undisputed, that is Charlo a duck? Yes or no? Second question, regardless of your answer, is Devin Haney a duck if he moves up in weight to fight Regis Prograis and not Tank Davis? We need answers. I want some engagement about this because we see that Haney is undisputed as a champion in his division. And we also see Jermell Charlo being undisputed as a champion in his division. But both guys are moving up. One is official, one is unofficial. Charlo is official fighting Canelo. It is unofficial that Haney is fighting Regis. They got it in the works, though. So I want to understand the concept of the duck between Charlo and Haney. So I'm hearing that neither one of those guys are ducks. That's what I'm hearing. But the thing is that Regis Prograis is a more easier fight for Devin Haney to win than a fight with Tank Davis. Now, according to what somebody asked earlier, that's why I said we're going to spin the block and I'm going to speak on that. Someone said in the chat, and I'm going to post it, no other is the name, no other. I thought a duck is when you avoid fighting tough competition and then turn around to fight a easier opposition. Because people call Terrence Crawford a duck. Because he didn't fight Spence at the time that he was supposed to as a champion. He fought David Ebenezer, a lower, easier opposition. Right? Devin Haney, if he fights Regis Prograis, he's fighting an easier opposition than him fighting Tank Davis. But look at the contrast in what Charlo is doing. Charlo was supposed to fight Tim Tszyu, but he's moving up in weight to fight a harder opposition in Canelo Alvarez. So that's why I asked that question about the ducking. If Devin Haney do not fight Tank Davis next, after all of the trash talking that mainly his father did, but both of them did against Tank, and the trash talking that Tank Davis did against them, and all of the things we've heard in the last year, about the Haney saying they just wanted to fight the best fights. They want to fight the best level of competition. We've heard the Haneys, Bill and Devin, particularly Bill Haney, say this. But if Devin Haney moves up in weight to fight Regis Prograis, that's not the same as Charlo moving up in weight to fight Canelo. I'm just saying. It's not the same. That's what made me ask that question. Salute to you, Aaron Muhammad. I see you in the chat, my brother. So we have to deal with the realities of the distinction between what Charlo is doing and if Devin Haney does moving up in weight, even though he's undisputed, the difference. We got to understand the difference between what both of those guys are doing if he does move up in weight. He, meaning Devin Haney, move up in weight as the undisputed champion at 135 to fight Regis. And here's another distinction. Business. I got to give business perspective. When Charlo move up in weight to fight Canelo, he's going to get paid 10 times more for fighting Charlo than he would if he fought Tim Tszyu. And that's a fact. However, if Devin Haney move up in weight to fight Regis, he's going to get paid 10 times less than he would if he fought Tank Davis. And that's also a fact. Salute to you, Dahlia, in the chat. I see you, sweetheart. Always a pleasure. And salute to all the women that's watching. You know I got to take these off for the ladies. All of the ladies, all of the women watching me live and living color right now, all across the world, I welcome you. Thank you for your viewership. If you are a lady in the chat, I welcome you. Thank you for your viewership and your support and your contribution to the channel. Now, I'm just saying, we got to call a spade, and we got to deal with what's real. Because when you move up in weight, it's got to be for either better opposition level, meaning you're daring to be great, and bigger paydays. If you're moving up in weight and it's for lower level opposition or for less money than you would make fighting bigger competition in the weight class that you hold all the belts in, there's a problem with that picture. We got to keep it all the way 100. From a business aspect, it makes absolutely no sense. You know, we're at that stage now, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Road to Tape film crew. We are here now. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that segment that I designate for Terrence Bud Crawford fans all around the world to have the opportunity to use the platform that I'm providing to answer some questions, to ask me some questions, to say what they have to say to me related to boxing. And we're here now. Let's go. We've been here now 12 episodes. And here, let me say this too. Here, let me say this. This is important. I created a playlist now called Nip It in the Bud on my channel. So if you're watching this for the first time, or if you watched a few segments of Nip It in the Bud, you can actually go on my channel. Don't do it now because I don't want you to leave this live. Stay right here with me. But when you get an opportunity, you'll go on my channel and you will see that there's a whole playlist. So all of the Nip It in the Bud segments, I have them called episodes. They're in order. They are in numerical order as a playlist. So when you go on my channel, You can scroll and see the word playlist. You'll see Nipping in the Bud is the title of the playlist. And from episode 1 all the way down to episode 12, live in living color, you can watch each and every episode, or you can just click on whichever episode you want to watch over again, and it'll be right there. I got it in order now. Let me get this super chat real quick. Intelligent Savage 629. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Thanks, Manager Marty, for always taking the time to educate us all on the full game of boxing. You are so welcome, Intelligent Savage 629. And actually thank you, man. Thank you for your support to this channel. Thank you for learning. Thank you for wanting to learn. Thank you for supporting the channel, riding with me. Thank you so much. Excuse me. Intelligent Savage 629. I really appreciate it. We are here now. And I'm going to show you how well we are here. Because the link is about to do what, y'all? I'm about to fly to what in the chat? The kites. And here's the great thing about this segment, too. If you are a Terrence Bud Crawford fan, let me ease your mind. You do not have to reveal your face or your background if you don't want to when you join the live stream. You will, though, have to reveal your face at least behind the scenes so I can make sure you're not just a troll and you are who you say you are. And then I will let you onto the live stream, and then you can turn your camera off if you want. If you want to keep your camera on, that's perfectly fine. But it's totally up to you. Mr. Pragmatic, thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. As always, he's family. He's family of mine. Thank you, Mr. Prag. Appreciate you, man. Mr. Prag says, support for the channel. Thank you so much, Mr. Prag. And you know I always tell you this, Mr. Prag, that there are a lot of expenses that are incorporated in being a content creator. So each and every last one of your contributions, each and every last one of you all that want to contribute or that already have contributed, it really does help. You know, I spend a lot of time publishing content, putting things together, editing stuff, trying to produce live content, on a weekly basis. I try to do twice a week. As y'all can see, my schedule has changed a little bit, but I'm still here with you all. And certain apps, how I do my thumbnails, all this stuff costs a lot of money. This is when you really add it all up, it's not free. And then no disrespect to YouTube because it is their platform, and I respect the business relationship I have with YouTube. But y'all know they take a little percentage of what we get. So all of your contributions are very, very greatly appreciated here by me. I really appreciate it, y'all, for real, straight up. With that being said, the link is in the chat. Terrence Bud Crawford fans specifically, we're waiting for you. I'll take 2 or 3 of you. No more than 3. 2 or 3. You don't have to be here at the same time. But just come on in because we need answers, and I'm sure you want some answers from me. You may have some questions for me. We had a guest who came on last weekend, had a good question for me. And y'all got to go on episode number 12 in the playlist to see the last segment, that last episode of the question that was asked by a fella named, what's his name? Gary? Yeah, Gary. And so I made sure I answered his question. So I look forward to this segment. Thank you so much, Mr. Finesse, for your contribution and your support to the channel. Mr. Finesse says, salute, Manager Marty. Keep dropping this great content. This is the segment Bud fans go to walk the plank. They don't leave the same way they entered. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Finesse, you are absolutely correct. Thank you for your comment, Mr. Prag. Mr. Pragmatic says, after our conversation about the expense of being a content creator on YouTube is why I contribute, Marty. Thank you so much, Mr. Prag. Really appreciate it so very much. And I appreciate each and every last one of you all that contribute to this channel. And feel free at any time in this live broadcast to contribute to this channel. And it's very greatly appreciated, as I said before, because it helps. It really, really does. Link is in the chat. Terrence Buck Crawford fans, I know that you are here. The viewership has increased exponentially. I know that you are here. Come on up. I know you have some questions for Manager Marty. I know you have some comments to me. I know you do. I know you got some comments. Come on in. I have some questions for you. The chat has some questions for you. It's an even playing field when you come on this podcast. Come on in. Link is in the chat. Come on in. Somebody told me to give me a few. I'm eating. Oh no, that ain't in my chat. Oh, I was reading something else. I was about to say we give you a few. I was just about to say that. That ain't in my link in the chat though. They've been giving me some problems when I try to pin it to the top. I don't know why they keep doing this, giving me these problems. When I'm trying to pin it to the top. Oh, I did it. There you go right there. Yeah, it is. We pinned to the top now. There it is. Pinned to the top. We're here now. Terrence Buck Crawford fans. This segment called Nip It in the Bud is specifically designated for you. If you're joining the replay of this live or if you're watching live for the first time, this is the part of the podcast, this segment here, that I personally designated for Terrence Buck Crawford fans. Why? Because there were some unfavorable things that have been said about me, some disparaging remarks that have been said about me, name calling, insults, all kind of stuff been said about me, not just in my chat on live broadcast, not just in my comment sections when I produce content regarding Terrence Buck Crawford and use them as teachable moments, not just on other people's panels that I've been on, not just on YSM Sports Media, who's interviewed me several different times, but just in general. And so I figured, you know what? Let me create a segment where they can speak their piece, they meaning Terrence Buck Crawford fans. Since they're saying all this stuff about me in the chat, I give you a platform, you be able to say that, and then provide a perspective so that we all can be on the same page, whether we agree or disagree. Links in the chat, though. We ain't going to do this for 20 minutes every time we jump on here. We're not going to do this for waiting for you for an hour every time we jump on here. We are here now. Terrence Buck Crawford fans, we are waiting. It's an even playing field. You know that. There's about 12 episodes that I've put together in the playlist on this channel. So y'all are fully aware at this point how fair I am when it comes down to inviting you all here. I got to say something quickly. There's some family in the chat. I told him personally when I saw him that when I see his name in the chat, I'm going to salute him. Chris Lee, my main man, Pots and Pans, I see you, champ. Salute to my guy, Chris Lee, hashtag Regional Rail Fam. Absolutely. Welcome, Chris Lee. Appreciate your viewership, my brother, and your support. You told me that you was going to jump on anyway, so I'm glad that you are here with us live and live in color. Chris, we are waiting for Terrence Bud Crawford fans, Chris. This is the scene of the movie where they have one day and one day only to show me what they're made of. You know, that's that Training Day line when he told Officer Hoyt, you got one day and one day only to show me what you made of. So Terrence Bud Crawford fans, come on up. Okay? We're not going to wait an hour and 2 hours. We're not doing all that waiting for you. Y'all have been here show after show. I do this every week. I've been doing this remember I told you I have how many episodes now in my playlist? 12. I've been doing this for about at least over 6 weeks now or so. Come on up. Let's nip it in the bud. A lot of Bud Crawford fans have accused me of being a Bud Crawford hater. I've been accused of being obsessed with this guy. All kind of stuff people have been saying. Now is the time to come here now and speak your piece on Terrence Crawford. Let's get some perspective. And while we're waiting for Terrence Bud Crawford fans, because I know they're watching, and I know some of them are in the chat, and I know that somebody want to come on, but they might not want to do it now. Here's what we're going to talk about while we're waiting. Speaking of Terrence Crawford. Terrence Bud Crawford fans, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. I flew that kite out a few minutes ago. I do have a question for Terrence Bud Crawford fans. I have one question, actually, and I want a Terrence Bud Crawford fan to help me interpret what Terrence Crawford said in this tweet just last night. Because Terrence Bud Crawford fans have a behavior pattern that we've seen over and over again, time and time again, right? Where they are able to interpret the words that Terrence Crawford says. They are able to interpret the actions and the reasons for the actions of Terrence Crawford. So now I want interpretation of this tweet that Terrence Crawford said just last night. The tweet that you see on your screen. Terrence Crawford said, boxing is definitely on fire right now. I would like for a Terrence Bud Crawford fan, okay, to come up here. Link is in the chat now. Come on up as a fan. I have some questions that I want to ask you as a fan, particularly regarding the tweet that you just saw on the screen. We need answers. I have another question too, and I'm sure you may have a question as a Terrence Bud Crawford fan. Where are they? It's like every week, it's like pulling teeth, y'all. I got to do a song and a dance. I got to do a song and a dance to get you guys on here. And we don't discriminate. If you are a female or a woman and you're a Terrence Bud Crawford fan, we welcome you too. We don't discriminate. Come on up. You see, like I was telling my brother Chris, salute to Chris Lee again. Like I was telling you, Chris Lee, like I was telling my man Chris, right? People have a lot to say when they type it in words, you know, like in the comments section, in the chat. They give their perspectives, and I respect it. But a problem is when someone creates a platform for you, when someone says, look, I'm going to designate a whole segment for just you to come on up and repeat some of the things that you said in the chat regarding your perspective of Terrence Crawford. It can be about the fight that's about to happen between him and Spence. It don't have to just be about the things that Crawford have said in the past or what he did in the past. What I'm saying is just come on up here. Just come on up. That's what we want you to. Everybody, we have, I'm not even going to tell you how many people. We have hundreds. I know it say 111 on your screen. I can assure you, I don't know why YouTube messed up the viewership part. Not just on this channel, on everybody's channel. It is way more than 111 people watching me live right now. I guarantee you that. You don't have to take my word for it, because as soon as I end this podcast, guess what's going to happen? The real numbers are going to calibrate that was watching live. and then that's when YouTube start pushing the content out. So I'm just letting you know that more than 111 or more than 112 people are watching. There's hundreds of people, not 1,000 yet. We didn't reach 1,000. I showed you that. We have 114 people according to the viewership that you see on your screen. But I'm assuring you right now that over 500 people are watching me live right now. I guarantee you. My point is, we need Terrence Bud Crawford fans to represent themselves and Terrence Crawford properly in front of hundreds and hundreds of people. And not just that, when YouTube pushes the content out, sometimes it goes to 1,000, sometimes it goes to 12, 1,500 views, 2,000, 3,000 views. It don't matter, but we're waiting for Terrence Bud Crawford fans to come specifically on the podcast. The link is in the chat and it's pinned to the top. This segment is for you. Come on in. I've been accused of being biased. I've been accused of being a weirdo. I've been accused of being a clown. I've been accused of siding with Spence. People have accused me of making this a PBC podcast. People have made jokes and references about me dealing with Al Heyman on another type of level. See, I've been accused of all this stuff. Now we have a segment designated for you to answer some questions that we all have for you and to allow you to come on in. It's amazing to me. My gosh. It's like begging a woman. You know what I'm talking about? You remember when Johnny Gill and them did them songs? Keep Sweating Johnny Gill. Listen to their music from back in the 90s. Them boys was begging. You can hear it in their lyrics and their songs. They be begging. They begging for it. I'm not begging Terrence Crawford fans come on the platform. I'm just saying come on in. The floor is yours. Speak your piece. We're here now. This is definitely a PBC podcast. That's what somebody in the chat just said. Hey, Leon. I flew the link. I flew that kite. It's in the chat. Come on in. I want to hear your reason why, Leon, that you say this is a PBC podcast. I want to hear your reason. Salute, Mr. Pragmatic. Thank you for joining us, man. Appreciate you. I want to hear your perspective, though, Leon. Come on up. You said it publicly in the chat, so I'm sure you have words to support your thesis. I know you do, because you said it publicly. So there's no point. There's no point in saying it in the chat publicly, but won't come up here to explain that. I would like to know what you mean by this is a PBC podcast. I'm trying to figure out what you mean. You think PBC paying me or paying me money or something, or just I want to know. You know, we need answers. So no Bud Crawford fans going to come up. Not one. Interesting. Salute to everybody in the chat. Thank you for your engagement. I really appreciate it. No one that's a Terrence Bud Crawford fan is going to come on the segment. Wow. That's amazing to me. Because as soon as this segment go off and I say something that you don't like about Crawford, you're going to be in the comment section. Oh, I love it. We have 12 episodes in the playlist, y'all. If you're just joining us live, if you go on my channel, I created a playlist now. So you don't have to go and search for all of the episodes of the Nip It in the Bud segments. They're all in one place under the word playlist. All you got to do is go on the channel, scroll down. You'll see. Oh, matter of fact, when you go on the channel, there's a it says lives, videos, and then I think it does say playlist. Click on the word playlist, and then the playlist you're going to see. The playlist is says nip it in the bud on the playlist. The viewership is increasing exponentially. I welcome all of my new viewers right now. When you click on the word playlist on my channel, nip it in the bud will be the name or the title of the playlist, and I have every episode of the Nip It in the Bud segments. It's 12 of them right now as we speak. And you can listen to them. You can watch them. You know, you can just go to any one you want, 1 through 12. You can click on number 6 and episode 6 are right there. Or you want to listen to it, you know, boom, boom, boom. Either way, the bottom line is it's all in one spot. You don't have to go searching for the published content or the lives to find the segments. They all are in one place, organized in playlists. And if you're just joining us right now live, this is the segment of the show, the scene of the movie, where I encourage Terrence Bud Crawford fans to come on to the live. Speak their piece as a Terrence Bud Crawford fan. I have some questions. We need answers. I'm sure Terrence Bud Crawford fans have questions for me or even comments to me. Come on in. There's no point in ducking me now. And the reason why I'm bringing this segment in for Terrence Bud Crawford fans is because I wanted to talk about Terrence Crawford's perspective. You know, most Terrence Bud Crawford fans, like I just said a few minutes ago, they are able, for some odd reason, they have the uncanny ability to interpret the things that Terrence Bud Crawford says. So I figure a Terrence Bud Crawford fan with their uncanny ability to interpret what he says can come on here live in living color to interpret what Crawford said in this tweet that he published last night. Boxing is definitely on fire right now. That's what I'm trying to understand. And only a Terrence Bud Crawford fan can explain it to us. D. Mitchell Group. Yeah, D. Mitchell. You said some unfavorable things about me as well, my brother. In fact, you was on one of them episodes on the Nip It in the Bud segment. So I appreciate your viewership, Mr. Mitchell. Always good to see you. Yeah, Mr. Mitchell, you see on your screen here. I want to know what you think as a Terrence Bud Crawford fan. What did Crawford mean by boxing is definitely on fire right now? Terrence Crawford fans have the uncanny ability to interpret his words. So I'm trying to figure out what did he mean by that? D. Mitchell, can you help us? The link is in the chat. It's pinned to the top, to my understanding. We welcome you. This segment is designated to nip it in the bud, Terrence Bud Crawford fans. We know this already. Okay? It's no secret now. We're here now, y'all. Come on down. We need answers. While we're waiting on Terrence Bud Crawford, I know one of them going to come. All of them ain't ducking me now. Somebody say they eating. Then somebody else said, I'm at work. And then somebody else said, I can't right now. This is what I want to ask you because of you eating, you at work. You able to eat and type in the chat. You able to eat and be and type in the chat. You able to work and be in the chat. You able to do something and still watch live. So what is the difference? You see, Shaka Zulu asked me what's up. What's up? I'm here. We waiting for Nip It in the Bud, Terrence Bud Crawford fan. That's what's up. Hey, Trey, I think is this Trey? Nobody don't want to call up. You don't let nobody get a word in. Hey, Trey, I'll let you get your words in, Trey. Don't do that, Trey. Matter of fact, hey, Trey, I think you episode number 8 or something like that. You episode number 8 or something like that, Trey. Go back and listen to episode that I put you in, Trey. You'll see how I let you get your words in, brother. This is unbiased over here. You know what I mean? Listen, I give all Terrence Bud Crawford fans a fair shake when they come on this channel. Y'all know I do. Terrence Bud Crawford fans, they don't want to come up. Well, maybe next time, because everybody's eating. Everybody's at work. Everybody in the grocery store with their wife. Everybody's so busy. So I guess we're going to have to move on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll to Take film crew, I try. You know, I heard one woman, oh, we got somebody. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I see somebody in the background. Whoa, 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 whoa. We was just about to end it. You didn't I tell y'all at least one of them was going to come? I told y'all. Oh, Boogeyman. Boogeyman. I know who you are. You were on episode 11. I'm going to let you in. Hold on, Boogeyman. I know you said you couldn't do it. You were at work, but we're glad to have you. Let me give you a proper introduction, Jamal. I want to make sure that the viewership know who you are and give you a proper introduction. In all fairness, this is our segment called Nip It in the Bud. We have a guy who was on episode, I believe, episode number 11. When you go on the playlist on the channel of Nip It in the Bud, here live in living color, Boogeyman Crawford is the name on your screen. I will address him as Jamal or Boogeyman interchangeably. He's the same person. We had him on here live. He had some great points before. Welcome again, Jamal. How are you, sir?
All right. Peace. How you doing?
Can you turn your volume up so we can hear you, Jamal? Jamal, are you there? Jamal, can you hear me? If you can hear me, Jamal, you might want to go off and come back in. If you can hear me. So let's see. Yeah, he might have to go off and come back in. Hold up. Let me see. All right, hold up. I think he's here. He's back. Jamal, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I think I have a bad connection. I'm not sure. You can hear me?
Yeah, you sound real low. Let me see. Let me see if I can hear you. All right. Let me see if I can hear you. Let's do an audio check. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you clearly. Testing 1, 2.
Oh, loud and clear, brother. And you know,
All
it's
right.
one thing I noticed about Terrence Bud Crawford fans. When the phone be messing up, I don't know if y'all go to the same store or if y'all order the same online, but it's that boom mobile. Yeah, y'all be having that boom
Yeah, the
that boom
boo.
mobile.
Yeah, it was my fault that the connection. I learned later in that same day. It was my fault.
All right, Jamal, we're glad to have you again. You were on, I believe, episode 10 or episode 11. And so it's a pleasure of having you again. I want to make sure I give you a proper introduction. In all fairness, we're glad to have you on here again. I guess I'll let you start off. I do have a question about what Terrence Crawford said in his tweet, but I'll let you start first, Boogeyman.
What's up? What's up to your chat? Pleasure to be on your channel again.
Appreciate it, brother. So there's a question I have on your screen, and everybody's watching this live and living color right now. Terrence Crawford tweeted something last night, and I'll read it publicly. Terrence Crawford said, "Boxing is definitely on fire right now." As a Terrence Bud Crawford fan, and I know that most Terrence Bud Crawford fans have the uncanny ability of interpreting things that he said. What do you interpret by what you just read about Terrence Bud Crawford?
It's exciting for boxing this year. There's a lot of fights going on. That's what I think he's talking about.
What did he mean by I'm just asking you from your perspective. What did he mean when he said that boxing is definitely on fire right now? Yes, the fights, but he said the word boxing. Like, I mean, what's your take on the part where he says boxing is definitely on fire?
My take is people, the fans are getting the fights that they want. So it's happening this year. It's happening right now. I think you were just
Mm-hmm.
talking about the Canelo and stuff like that. You know, I heard you before talking about like downplaying like the Crawford and Avenesian. I was happy for Crawford getting a fight in last year. Period.
Mm.
So like the fights is happening this year. So we're getting a lot of big names and getting in the ring together. So that's my interpretation on that.
Mm. Well, since you brought it up, you mentioned David Evanesian. I have a question on that. Why didn't
Sure.
Crawford? Why didn't Crawford say that boxing is definitely on fire when he was fighting David Evanesian?
Because the negotiation didn't go the way it should have gone last year. So we could have fought Spence. And now
Well,
we know. We have proof now why it didn't happen last year. The same money that he Spence said claimed that he gave this year, he could have gave it to him last year. He would have had to fight.
oh, so it was about money. You saying?
It's prize fighting.
I see. But he never said that boxing was definitely on fire back then, though. He never said that when he was fighting David Evanesian. And we don't know how much
All
he actually made when he fought David Evanesian.
yeah, that's all right. It's
No,
more
you
than I
agree.
got.
Yeah, I respect that. But you agree with that, though. He never said it. He never tweeted it. He never said anything about boxing being definitely on fire when he fought David Evanesian. You agree with that, right?
Correct.
I see.
Not just
So,
with David Avenesian. He ain't tweeted at all last year for any kind of
yeah,
fight.
yeah. But particularly, he's tweeting this because you just said he's tweeting it based on Canelo Alvarez fighting,
No,
right? Oh,
no. I think just the fights period for this year.
how are you able to interpret what he mean by like this year though? He could be just talking about just this month, or because we know that this month in July, even he's fighting the end of this month. Boots is fighting next weekend. Um, how do you know that Crawford meant for the entire year? How do you know that?
He sent out a tweet to all the Bud fans personally, so that's how I know.
Wait, Terrence Crawford did what?
He sent out a tweet to all the personal Bud fans, so that's how I know. That's how I'm able to interpret it, what he's talking about.
You know what? I respect Crawford for that. So you mean to tell me when you woke up this morning or before you went to bed last night, Crawford personally tweeted you that, brother? Wow, that's good.
Yeah,
He
it's a joke.
personally.
Relax.
Oh, I thought that you got me on that one. You got me on that. I got a joke for you.
Don't be
You ready?
silly, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what's up?
I got a joke for you. I got a joke. You ready?
Yeah.
When Crawford said boxing is definitely on fire, he wasn't talking about the sport of boxing, Jamal. The joke
Oh,
is
wait. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
The joke is he was really referring to PBC. That's the joke. And we're all laughing straight to the bank, brother. You agree with me, right, Jamal?
No.
Testing one, two. My mic on? Every time you on the phone, my mic, my lavalier be go. Hello, hello, testing one, two. Audio. Can you hear me, Jamal?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. When he said boxing is definitely on fire in that tweet, we know he was talking about PBC and Showtime producing them fights, right?
No, I don't think he's ever referring to that. Just boxing overall. But I forget you on the boxing side. I mean the business side of it. So I'm guessing that's what you gonna interpret. I don't interpret it like that.
Hmm. Okay, so then let me ask you this question. Who else is putting on big fights more than PBC? Since you said he meant the whole year, we're going to use your presentation. The entire year. Bud was talking about boxing is on fire, definitely on fire for the fights that were produced this entire year from January all the way to July 1st, because he said it on June 30th. What other fights that we had that wasn't from PBC that was real big?
That's a good question. To tell you the truth, um, before before like being on YouTube and like listening, I never like pay attention to who like the like who put the production together to put the fights on. I'd just be happy to see the fights. I turn into a channel, it'd be a Showtime. When I go on pay per view, I don't think about who's presenting the fight like in production wise. I don't care about that until I jumped on YouTube. Then I know. Then I find out what PBC and uh, if I'm saying his name right, Eddie Hearns and Al Hammons and Bob. I ain't know who they was until I jumped on the YouTube. So that's a fair question that you do out there. I don't know.
I respect your answer. Hey, Band Up. I already cooked you in episode 4 or 5, Band Up. But I see you had a question for me in the chat. You more than welcome to come up and help your man. Come on up here, bro. You got a lot of questions in the chat, brother. I'm trying to talk to Jamal, and you come back up here, Band Up. You can ask me, brother. You can ask me that question you got in the chat. Come on up. Back to you, Jamal. So basically what you're saying is you didn't know about the production of the promoter or the brand or the organization putting the fights on.
Yeah, I really didn't.
Right.
Until I jumped on the YouTube joint, then I started like, oh, wait, who the hell? Oh, Spence PVC, oh, Bud Crawford, top eight. I really didn't. I didn't care about that.
Right.
Until I jumped on, then it's like you got to pick a side, and it's whatever. I'll join in just for the fun. I really don't care about it though.
Yeah, I respect it. I respect that. And here's the thing, Jamal. You shouldn't be criticized for being honest. You know, you're being honest by saying, hey, I didn't know about the networks and stuff. And I think that's a fair assessment. So, you know, there's no criticism or judgment by me to you. I'm glad that you are able to know the networks that's producing this stuff, because it is important when we talk about the business of boxing. And I believe Terrence Bud Crawford understands that now. He didn't understand certain elements of business before, but he definitely understands it now. The reason why I said something about him meaning Crawford, bringing up boxing is because when he was with Top Rank, he didn't say that. Boxing is definitely on fire. When he was with BLK Prime, he did say BLK Prime is the new wave, but we see how long he rode that wave. And we also see how long Adrian Broner rode that wave. And we also see how other people rode that wave on a selling ship. And now when even Blue Blood Sports TV was asked by Errol Spence, what's going on with BLK Prime? He said, not my words, he said, it's not happening. So,
damn, you started that much? Okay.
Oh yes, I did a whole program on that. He did.
Okay.
You can ask the people in the chat. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yes, he did. He was stuttering and everything. But the point that I'm making is, the point that I'm really making is that there's nobody else to compete against PBC or Showtime. ESPN. Speaking of ESPN, we know this to be the truth, and I'm going to pull the evidence up right now that over 15 people, their contract somehow either expired or they just got laid off. I don't think their contract expired. Maybe it was going to expire. But these 15 people whose names on the screen right now, they actually were laid off and fired by ESPN. And the reason why you see Max Kellerman named Circle is because Max Kellerman is the only one on this list that have been consistently reporting on the sport of boxing. And so what my thing is, if Max Kellerman is not producing any content on the sport of boxing on ESPN, then that means that there's another platform that's not providing that content putting boxing in its rightful place with other sports. So the only way you can learn anything about the sport of boxing is YouTube. I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I'm not criticizing you at all for not knowing certain things about the business. Now that we don't have ESPN talking about boxing as much as they're going to now that Max Kellerman won't be there, I mean, they may somehow restructure, the show or call it something else or put somebody else in the place just so that we can have a lane for boxing on ESPN, a global sports network that talks about all other sports every single day except for boxing. But all I know is you get all the love about boxing, all the information, all the entertainment, all the interviews and everything else from the fighters right here on YouTube.
Oh well.
And so I appreciate you admitting that, hey, you didn't know this and that, but you're learning from YouTube. And I hope, Jamal, that you've learned from watching my content about the business and the sport of boxing.
Yeah, when I tune in, can learn something. Chew the meat, spit out the bone. You know what I mean?
I appreciate it. And I believe that there's other Crawford fans, including Band Up, who was on Blue Blood Sports TV's panel just not too long ago. And speaking of Band Up and Blue Blood, I want to say something because we were talking about PBC and we talking about the big moves that PBC is making. If you can, Jamal, can you put your phone on mute just real quick? Thank you. I appreciate that. I played this piece in the beginning of this segment, but I have live viewers that just tuned in, and I appreciate and support my cousins in the chat. Salute, Isaiah Butler. I love you, brother. Love you, cuz I see you in the chat. Let me play something that Blue Blood Sports TV said. Band Up is in my chat. He won't come back on here after I cooked him in episode 5 or 6 of the Nip It in the Bud segment. But the point is, Band Up, you were there as a witness, and you heard Blue Blood Sports TV. You know what, I'm doing way too much talking. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Man, all day today, I saw at least 4 different channels. PBC is going out of business, and they, what happened? They putting on big fights. They supposed to do that, people. What part of that don't you understand? You celebrate what they supposed to do. That's what they supposed to do. That's what they got in the business of doing. What are you talking about? That's what they're supposed to do. Put on big fights.
You see that? You see that, Jamal? Jamal, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
So we hear now that people who have said so many disparaging things about PBC and their business practices, they say all this stuff about PBC was going broke. We've heard Blue Blood say that several times. They're merging with Paramount, so not just him, but other people too. Because Showtime is merging with Paramount, they don't have the budget no more. Boxing is not going to be produced on Showtime's platform no more. Blah, 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 blah. We've heard all of that. But you just heard what Blue Blood Sports TV said. Now, all of a sudden, everybody's switching up saying, man, they're supposed to put on big fights. We just want to see big fights anyway. No, but y'all wasn't saying that before, though. Now everybody want to praise PBC for signing Canelo and signing Crawford within 90 days of each other. No, keep that same energy that you had then when y'all was calling PBC broke.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, go ahead, speak on
it. You're saying that Buck Crawford don't have his own production joining with PBC because they ain't promoting his, which they fairly could do because I guess they putting up the most of the money. You saying Buck Crawford signed with PBC?
Am I saying he signed with PBC?
Yeah, to do the fight. He signed with PBC just to do the fight?
Oh, you ain't no doubt about it. Yes, he is.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, of course. He wouldn't be able to fight if he ain't signed to him. Hey, listen, we saw the reports that said that Crawford signed a multi-fight deal with PBC. That's no secret. That's not me making that up. Crawford signed a multi-fight deal with PBC, just like Canelo just signed a multi-fight deal with PBC, and he's going to fight Jamel Charlo. It's the same thing. Just like Devin Haney signed the multi-fight deal with Top Rank when he fought Lomachenko. It's the same thing. It's no difference. Band up, keep talking in the. Hey, Jamal. Stay right there, Jamal. Band up, come on up. Is the link
You
still
can hear me
pinned?
though. You can hear me. All right.
Yeah, I can hear you. You good, Jamal. Stay right there. I got this guy band up. Band up. The link is pinned to the top of the chat, brother. I want to ask you a question about something, band up. Come on up. I know I had you on here episode 5 or 6 or something, but come on up, band up. I'm not a band up. Come on up, bro. What's all these excuses for? This is amazing to me. Just come on up, band up. You got a little bit of time. Come on up. I'm not going to hang up on you. We made an agreement the last time. You and I made an agreement that last time you were on here. Stay right there, Jamal. We got band up coming on. I made an agreement that last time you were on here.
I'm in the flesh. I ain't never ducking the smoke. I just want to know you gonna hang up this time.
Hold on, brother. You getting excited. Turn. You got me in your
Oh,
feedback.
my bad. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. My bad. I'm in the flesh. I ain't never ducking the smoke. I just want to know you gonna hang up this time. Hold on. I got you.
Welcome, band up again. What's going
What's
on,
good?
my brother?
What's good with you, Marty?
I'm doing great, sir. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm good.
You look like you ready to speak, my brother. The floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, I'm open. I just got a question. Why, if PB so got all this money that everybody talking about, now that they coming hard this year, why are they fight? Why are they big fighters have one fight last year? They got the money, right? Why all of them have one fight?
Your question is, I'm gonna make sure I hear you right. If PBC don't have money, or if they do
No.
have money?
So so the narrative is that Blue Blood and everybody's saying that PBC was saying they was broke and all this stuff, when really I was watching Blue Blood last year. He was more asking the question, where's all your fights at, pretty much. He wasn't saying, oh, he didn't say you guys are broke. He said you guys are seeming like you guys are broke. Where's you guys fighters at? And Blue Blood sent to ask the question. If they wasn't so, if they had all the money they said they have, why did all of PBC's fighters, big fighters, only have one fight last year?
Band up. I like you, band up. I got respect for you. That's why I let you come on. I'm not trying to be smart when I say this. I'm telling you, people that know me, they know I'm being genuine right now. Blue Blood doesn't understand the concept of the business side of boxing. So, and I'm not dissing him. I swear to you, I'm not dissing the brother. What I'm saying is that sounds smart to a person that don't understand. So your question to me, I can answer that in one sentence with no problem. But because you mentioned his name, I'm just showing the viewers that it might sound right. All right, if they got all this money, why they only got one fight? I'm gonna make this very simple. I'm gonna ask you one question. You don't have to give the direct answer. You can just say many as an answer if you want. If you don't know the direct answer. How many fighters do Al Heyman manage?
I have zero idea. I'm still learning.
All right. Al Heyman manages probably almost over 100 fighters that he manages. Close to 80 at this point, because about 20 of them retired. They're not fighting no more. So let's just say over 70 fighters that Al Heyman manages and PBC produce them as product to Showtime as a network. All of them can't fight 2, 3, 4 times a year. You got different tiers. When I say tiers, I mean levels of fighters, right? So let me give you an example. Let's say, what's the kid's name from Brooklyn? What's his name? Colbert, right? You know who he is?
I heard him.
Chris Colbert, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can put Chris Colbert on a card 2 to 3 times a year. He's not a world champion. He has skill, and he's a good ticket seller. We can do that for him. Tim Tszyu, you recognize who he is?
Yeah.
We can put Tim Tszyu on the card 2-3 times a year. He's not a world champion. He's a good ticket seller. When we talk about guys who got championship titles, like a Jamel Charlo, we can put him on the card for maybe once or twice a year. You want to know why? Because our blueprint is about putting them on the card, excuse me, twice when there is a rematch. Because there's certain dates that are available to certain fighters for them to maximize their earning potential. Let me give you an example using Jamel Charlo. When Jamel Charlo fought Castaño, right? He fought him twice. When Jamel Charlo fought Tony Harrison, he fought him twice. When Terrence Crawford is going to fight Spence, most likely they're going to fight twice. You see where I'm going with this? Let me continue. When Deontay Wilder fought Fury, yes, they fought 3 times, but they fought a minimum of at least 2 fights. What am I saying? What I'm saying is there's certain dates that's designated to certain fighters based on the demographic. If PBC had Errol Spence fighting 2 times a year, had Tank Davis fighting 2 times a year, had Jamel Charlo fighting 2 times a year, had Deontay Wilder fighting 2 times a year, that's 4 fighters in a 12-month span. You know how much money the promotion company would lose? A lot. Why? Because fans like us who are hard workers, brother, we're not going to pay for 8 straight pay-per-views at $100 a pop. I mean, let's do the math on that. If they're charging between $80 to $100 to see Wilder twice a year, Tank Davis twice a year, Errol Spence twice a year, Jamel Charlo twice a year, you know they fight on pay-per-view is where I'm going with this. Tim Tszyu don't have to fight on pay-per-view, and neither do Chris Colbert. But those 4 fighters I named, they are pay-per-view attractions. You can't have them fighting twice, 3 times a year unless it's in a rematch, because we have to justify charging the fans $80 to $100 per view every time these guys fight. You see my point?
I see.
Let me show you this, right? So let's go back in January. When Tank Davis fought Hector Garcia in January, right? Then he fought Ryan Garcia in what, April? That's good business. Why? We let 90 days go by before we come back and say, now we want you to pay for this Ryan Garcia Tank fight. Because no disrespect to Hector Garcia, but nobody really wanted Tank to fight. Nobody was asking for, Tank to fight Hector Garcia. Nobody was asking for him to fight him. We wanted the Ryan Garcia fight. So, yeah, anytime Tank fight, we got to put him on pay-per-view, but we got to find him the right dance partner. But we can't have him fight, we can't have him fighting Hector Garcia, taking $80-something from you as a fan, have him fighting Ryan Garcia, taking another $80-$100 from you, and then 3 months after that, we're going to have you spend another $80 to $100 again to see Tank fight somebody else. Why? Because now we got to save that slot. We got to save that June or July slot for Crawford and Spence. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is PBC have all the product. They have the product. And I always compare PBC fighters to other promotional companies that have other product. You got Boost Mobile, Oscar De La Hoya, Top Rank. They got Boost Mobile over there. But we got to keep it 100. PBC got Android and iPhone product over there, bro. So it don't matter if they fighting once a year, twice or 3 times. The bottom line is they're getting pay-per-view exposure. Pay-per-view audience is different from a regular streaming audience. This is why I'm teaching business now. This is why Terrence Crawford can go on ESPN. Remember when he was fighting on ESPN with no pay-per-view? He was getting 1 million views. When he fought Khan, man, he can do 1-point-something million, 2-point-something million views. It's regular ESPN broadcast. But when you put him in there with a fighter and it's time to do ESPN Plus for the pay-per-view arm, Crawford is not a big seller. He can sell a regular audience, but he can't sell the pay-per-view audience. And that's the difference. So what I'm saying is, now that Crawford is over here, he don't have to worry about the low numbers because he's with the people that put their money where their mouth is when it comes to production and marketing. Terrence Crawford is going to make way more money than he did with Top Rank here with PBC. If it was not so, he wouldn't have signed, and they wouldn't have signed Canelo within 90 days. And hopefully they go get Devin Haney so he can go ahead and fight Tank next. They are the new wave right now. So what I'm saying is, I agree with your point. Why are they letting their fighters fight one time a year? It's to protect their fan base. Nobody's going to sit up there and watch all 4 of those fighters fight every 3 months and pay $80 to $100, 80 to 100, 80 to. That's a lot. When you really think about it, that's a lot of money. Not just that the fans got to pay.
I have a question for you.
I got you, Jamal. Hold on one second, Jamal.
Okay,
I got you.
okay.
That's not just a lot of money that the fans got to pay. This is why I said about Blue Blood not understanding the concept of business, because that sounds smart, but listen to this. You know how much money Showtime and PBC got to put out? They got to put out all of this money just to even galvanize us to buy the fight when they market and program and do different, like they have an all access, to build up on a fight. It takes time to build up a fight. So you got Wilder, Charlo, Spence, and Tank, 4 of the guys that's making most of the money over there at PBC. And, if you add Danny Garcia, he's a big ticket seller too. My point is, if you just add those 4 fighters and you let them all fight every 3 months, the bottom line is, how much time is it going to take to build up the promotion of the fight just for one fighter? It's going to take months. They got to do a 6-city press tour. They got to do press conferences. They have to do interviews. They have to be scheduled at certain places so that Showtime's cameras can come and actually record them and provide footage for the all access episodes and stuff. All this stuff take time and money, bro. So you can't have all 4 fighters fighting twice, 3 times a year when all 4 of those guys are pay-per-view attractions. It's hard to put them back on regular Showtime.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying.
Jamal, you had a question, Mal?
Yes, I was going to ask if Crawford would have signed with PBC, right? You're saying his first fight, if it's not Spence, somebody else, his first fight he would have made more money than he ever fought against anybody in the Top Rank?
No, I'm saying him fight. No, I'm saying him fighting Spence right now. He's gonna make way more money than he would if he was still over there at ESPN in Top Rank. Because PBC have all the product. They got all the top welterweights. That's what I'm trying to say.
I definitely get what you're saying.
All right.
And also I gotta say this too. ESPN's budget is not as big as Showtime's. I said that last weekend, right here on live. And you have to take my word for it. That's why they laying off so many people. I put a list up earlier today. The list these are all of the notable people that ESPN has laid off. And we see a lot of names that we recognize, like Matt Hasselbeck, Steve Young, Max Kellerman, Keyshawn Johnson. We know these names. There's no disrespect, but their budget is not there. So what I'm saying is, when you look at a Showtime, they have the budget. They have the money to produce the level of fights that they are producing, and they always had it. It's just business.
For sure on that one. Yeah, I definitely know you a smart one, Marty. Even though me and you do disagree, I definitely believe you are very, very intelligent. You know what I mean? And I picked that up from day one. So you know what I mean? Even though we be having a disagreement, you know what I mean? I'm still a noob. I'm new, so I'm trying to learn everything. You know what I mean? So when you see me typing, I just be trying to learn. You know what I mean? But that was a great explanation when it comes to that, because I didn't know that. You know what I mean? I didn't know that. You know what I mean? And it makes sense. You know what I mean? Because if you do give them like that, then we turn it to the NBA and everything's free.
Yeah, because now the fans, because you know what the fans gonna say? Man, they charging too much. And look. Let me say this, because I want to acknowledge you, brother. I appreciate your compliment. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you being willing to listen to me teaching certain things. I appreciate that, bro. Because I remember the last time you did say you was just learning the last couple of years about the business and the sport.
Yeah.
Bob Arum said this in an interview a couple of months ago because they was asking him why is it only 50. I think they asked him why when Lomachenko fight Devin Haney, why is it only like why y'all charge only $50-something for it? And Bob Arum was saying we're trying to see if we can lower the prices for these pay-per-views so that so more fans can buy it and we can get more views. And the reason why he kept saying that is because Bob Arum understands the market. You know, he understands that if you got 6 months worth of boxing and you got a pay-per-view every single month for 6 months, you basically having the fans pay $60 to $100 every single time for 6 months. Yo, all of us ain't got bread to be not like that, bro. I mean, we want to see the big fights, but at some point they're gonna say, you know what, man, we gotta just make it free for everybody because we putting on big fights, but we're not spacing it out. We're not giving the fans a chance to make that $100 back that they just paid 3 months ago. You know, and so we look at all of that when we doing business. We want to make sure that the fans can afford it. Now the fights are going to be good fights, but we gotta make sure you afford it. Now let me give you this example. Now, some people might not like this, but I like this because I like Boots, but I got to keep it on it. Boots is not a pay-per-view attraction right now. So if I told you that Boots was fighting on July 8th, next Saturday, which he is, and I might be at the fight, but my point is he's fighting the bull Romain Villiers that knocked down Rashidi Ellis on that Tank undercard in January. People, if they put that on pay-per-view, most people would not want to buy that. Even you know this band up. Boots don't have a big name like that.
Because they don't even know the other dude he's fighting, even if they did know Boots.
Right. So it's like, I'm not paying 80. This is a casual fan's mind, I'm saying. I'm not paying $80 for, I don't even know the boy Boots fighting. I mean, I know Boots and he cool, but the boy he fight, I'm not paying $80 for that. So they can put that on regular Showtime, which is what they are doing. They put that on regular Showtime. They're not going to put that on regular Showtime and then turn around and be like, all right, we're going to put Crawford and Spence on regular Showtime too, because I think no, Spence and Crawford, that's going to be on pay-per-view. We don't care what the fans say because we know the fans going to buy that. See, it's all about supply and demand. I'm listening to
I got a question. Well, so probably different company and all that, but why wasn't the Haney and Kambosos number one on a pay-per-view? Because I remember I was at work doing security and I was watching that.
Were they number one or what was your question?
No, why weren't they on pay-per-view? I know they both have big names. You know what I mean?
No, I think they was on ESPN Plus. They wasn't?
Because I remember I was at work. I was at work at the stadium, at the Seahawks stadium, and I turned the TV while I was doing my security, and I got to watch the Kambosos and Haney number one.
Oh, so they wasn't on pay-per-view?
Nah.
The first fight, number one, the first fight?
The very first one.
That's what I'm saying. So once again, and guess what? Devin, even though Devin had all them belts, he was not the A side.
Crazy.
He wasn't the A side, and that's because he went over to another guy's country. So Kambosos had all the fan base over there, all the networks, all the judge. I think they did mix it up with the judges, have American judge, I think one or two. But my point is, it's all about how much money the promoter can make back. So, in other words, let's say if Terrence Crawford make $10 million in this fight and Spence make $10 million in this fight, that's $20 million. Yo, the promoter and them gotta make something back. Bro, ain't nobody in the business to lose no bread. And on top of that, that's just $10 million a piece for them. What about Isak Cruz and the undercard? They gotta get paid too. All of that is incorporated in the budget. ESPN budget is not big like Showtime. So when I hear people that don't understand the business say, if PBC had all this money, why would they only have their top fighters fighting once? Because they can't justify putting out all this money just to promote the fight, number one, with programming, live streaming, interviews, press conferences. They got to pay for all that. Advertisement, they got to pay for all that, bro. It's not free. Somebody holding that camera got to get paid. And then on top of that, justify it to the fans and say, we want you to pay $80 to $100 every month that we put fights on. And we're going to do this for 8 months straight because we got 4 fighters that's going to fight twice a year. That's a lot of money you asking the fans to pay for, bro. And on top of that, That's for 1 year. So imagine what the fans gonna say next year. Man, look, I done put out almost $800 last year just for watching live boxing on pay-per-view. I ain't got it this year. You see what I'm saying? They can't, in
Yeah.
other words, they can't maintain that momentum year after year.
Hey,
It's too much
manager,
money.
can I drop in?
Oh yeah.
Sorry
Speak on
to
it.
cut you.
No, it's all right, brother. Go ahead.
No, I gotta. When you do this again, to nip it in the bud, because I gotta drop out.
Go ahead, drop out. You good? Anytime I do a live, I'm gonna always do a small little segment on it. Anytime.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay. All right.
keep doing it. I'm gonna try to keep doing the segment until Spence and Crawford actually fights.
Are you doing it again today?
No.
All right. All right. All right. Y'all have a good day, yo.
All right, thanks for joining, man.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
All right. Peace.
So that's how this thing works, man. You know, and guess what? That's just 8 months worth of fights over at PBC. Can you imagine if ESPN come out and Top Rank say within that 8 months we gonna have Shakur Stevenson fight Devin Haney twice? It's like, hold up a minute. Now you're talking a whole year worth of that's too much money to have the fans pay for. Boom, 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 boom. It's just we got to space it out. Some is what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. That's crazy because you was right with that. You said only one side, and then you got other fighters.
That's
other
only one
teams.
side. Look,
Oh my
that ain't got
God.
nothing to do with the zone.
Yeah, we would be paying. We'd be paying. Oh my God.
Look, that ain't got nothing to do with the zone.
So
When
that's
they
what
got
you meant by
Canelo,
that's what you mean by okay, I get you because you meant these with the slots and the time period. Okay, and other sides. Yep, that makes 100% sense.
and watch this. At least 2 of the months is going to have to be reduced from that year period because we know May and September is Canelo, and at that time Canelo wasn't signed to PBC. So now Canelo over there at the zone. So now you got to make sure them 2 months is reserved for Canelo. Ain't nobody else gonna fight on that. That's Canelo's date because it's Mexican Heritage Month and Independence and all that and Cinco de Mayo. So now you got the zone. They gonna have at least 2 fights that year for Canelo. Then you got Top Rank. They got Shakur. They got Devin. They got Lomachenko. So then you got Dumb, and then you got 4 fighters over there at PBC fighting twice a year. That's 8 fights right there. Man, that's too much. The fans, we ain't got it like that. I'm talking about the majority of us.
Oh, yeah, me included.
We ain't got $70 to $100 every month to see just one fight. They're gonna be good fights. That's a lot. And you gotta space it out some because the promoter still gotta put a lot of money in building up the promotion to make me want to buy the fight. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Band up. You can stay here if you want, or you can leave. We got D Mitchell.
No, I'm gonna be watching you though.
Salute. Thank you for your viewership. I hope you learned something, brother, today.
Oh, I definitely did today for sure on that one.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, salute, Marty.
Salute. Let me get D Mitchell on. Hey, here's the thing. Before I bring D Mitchell on, I want to tell you, I love this segment called Nip It in the Bud because it still keeps me focused on my objective of providing education and entertainment value for you, the viewers. So I welcome you. If you're just joining us live, thank you. Nonito and Rachel, I see you in the chat. Salute. We got D Mitchell. He was on I think D Mitchell was on either episode 3 or 4. I have a whole playlist, y'all, called Nip It in the Bud. So when you go on the channel, if you're just joining us live, you go on the channel and click on playlists. When you go on my channel, you'll see I have it in alphabetical order now. She's not alphabetical. Lord have mercy. Numerical order of the episodes from 1 all the way to 12. So you can, click on whatever episode that you want to see or let it play or whatever for our Nip It in the Bud segment. And speaking of our Nip It in the Bud segment, we have D Mitchell Group. He was on episode, I think, 3 or 4. Don't quote me on that. He was here before. We appreciate his perspective. And now I want to give him the proper introduction. D Mitchell Group, welcome again, my brother.
Hey, how you doing, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. So go ahead.
The floor is yours, brother.
Well, see, you you make good sense as far as the business of it and why PBC doesn't put the fights on and they make everything pay-per-view. I get that, but that's not how it's supposed to be from a fan's perspective. They are slowing down and dragging guys' careers down. The ESPN model is the better model. Just like that kid say, hey, I got to watch Devin Haney and Kambosos for free. That's the way it should be. The only pay-per-view fights should be a Errol and a Crawford. I don't even think Tank should have. I don't know a fight where he should have been on pay-per-view. He hasn't fought anyone, and I mean, let's just be. Him and Haney should be a pay-per-view. So what happens is the reason I think you're starting to see these big fights is because they pay attention. Everybody watches YouTube. They pay attention to what's going on YouTube, and they see the fans are starting to like, I'm done. I'm done. I don't care about Crawford Spence. I don't care. And so they say, okay, this year we got to put some fights together. But what happens in 24 and 25? Like, where's Boot? Like, we should have seen Boots at least. I've been hearing about this kid for 3, 4 years, and I think I've seen him fight what, twice that I can just remember. He knocked a guy out from, I think, what, Canada or somewhere, and then this last fight he just. They're slowing every Showtime and PBC. Great bit. I get it. I understand the business model and I understand why they do it. I just don't agree with it because from a fan's perspective. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And I want to break that down for you. Let me get these 2 super chats real quick. Electric Agitator, my guy. That's my man right there. Thank you for your support and your contribution. Electric said, the truth and facts, good logic and understanding. Thank you, Electric, for your support and contribution to the channel and always your viewership and feedback. Electric Agitator, again, thank you for your contribution. Says, the best edutainment in boxing. Thank you, boss. And he was referring to the channel. So thank you again, Electric. I really appreciate your support, man. So let me put this in perspective for you. My fault. Hold up for a minute. I don't know why I put that comment there. So let me put this in proper perspective for you, D. Mitchell. I agree with you that the fans, we should see fights more actively. The thing
Absolutely.
about it is this, though. In the business of boxing, or any business for that matter, but let's just use the business of boxing, longevity is the key. Because if I'm a promoter and I'm like you talked about Devin Haney fighting Kambosos the first time for free, the question becomes, how do the promoter make their money back? What is the ROI for the promoter who's investing all of this money to pay for the fighters, to pay for the expenses associated with getting these fighters to compete on the card, marketing, advertisement, hotel room stays, per diems? I'm not going to go down a list of expenses, but my point is the
The
promoter got
same
to put
way,
out
the same way,
all
the
all
same
that.
way Floyd and Pacquiao sold so much. But because before that, you see so many fights for free. They were building that momentum. Hey, but hey
Right.
guys, on this one, hold on, you're gonna have to pay for this one. You know, we're gonna give you these, but you gotta pay for this one. It might be 100. It might be. If I had saw, let's say for the last 2 years, if I saw all the Tanks fights, or whoever, and then they say, hey, I need 110 for this Crawford and Earl, I would happily pay that 110.
I'm
But
glad
when
you
you
brought that up.
nickel, but when you nickel and diamond me, the 80 for Tank fight, and I know we're gonna knock him out. At some point, to me, you just water it down, and then you got guys like you said fighting once a year. They just slowing it
Longevity.
down.
But that's longevity. Now watch this. Let me ask you this question.
But
Would
see, dude,
you
this is the point. This is the point I'm making.
You gonna let me ask my question?
Hold on, real quick. There's no pressure on the promoters to make the fights because you got people on YouTube taking the side of the business as opposed to the customer.
Oh, I'm glad
Like
you
the
said that.
NFL is free. Like, hold on, the NFL is free. The NBA is free. Now, if you want to, watch 6 games at one time, they have Red Pass or they have the NFL Pass. this model is people are not gonna, just like you were saying, people are not gonna continue to pay $80 a pop or $100 a pop for these boxing matches. I mean, they're
Got you.
getting PBC. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Got you. But what you got to understand is the NBA, NFL, and all these other people that the other organizations you're mentioning, they have 16, 17 games in football. They have 80 something games in baseball, 80 something games in
Did
NBA.
you? He got
So
100 fighters. He got 100 fighters.
no. Understand what I'm saying. Their business model have to be different. Their sponsorship structure is completely different because they can justify charging the sponsor the money that the NBA charge for sponsorship because they have access to what? Longevity. They can provide content with the sponsorships advertisement on there because they have 80 something games throughout the entire year opposed to boxing. Boxing is not on a strict schedule. So what I'm saying to you is, let me ask you my question. Do you think that the promoter should make more money or the fighter should make more money? Testing 1 2 audio, my lavalier. D Mitchell, can
Now,
you hear me,
hold
bro?
on. Wait,
Hold on,
wait
hold
a
on.
minute
Can you
now.
hear me?
Wait, hold on. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do
No,
that.
man, I'm asking a question. Yes or no,
Hey,
bro?
you know, you
Hold on,
make
hold
me
on. Oh, you can hear me.
you make
Okay,
me
good deal.
laugh. You're a funny man. You're a funny man because I like the way you phrase your questions. I love it.
So I'm asking you, do you think
Obviously, no. I mean, you definitely would want. Listen, hold on. The fan in me wants the boxer to make the most money out of it. You know,
okay?
business wise, you never know who's making the most money unless we're all in here looking at these numbers. And
No. I'm
so,
talking, but I'm talking about you as a fan of the sport. You would be happy if the fighter is making the majority of the money.
absolutely, sure,
I'm glad you said that because I believe you. The reason why I asked you that, and I believe you would want the fighter to make money.
yeah,
Let's just say we had Tank Davis fighting 4 times a year for free against fighters we don't know he can beat. Because you said you know he can, you're gonna pay $80 from the knockout of somebody that you know he's gonna beat on pay-per-view. Let's say we had Tank fight 4 times in 1 year against fighters that we did not know he can beat, but it was free. How do you expect that fighter to make money next year if his body is beat down, if his brains is beat down 4 times a year? And I'm not including sparring. I'm talking about in a professional fight because they do spar and get hit. So my point is, you got a fighter in Tank Davis who you say you want to see him fight on TV for free 4 times a year against heavy, hard opposition. The likelihood of that fighter making any money next year is going to be hard when it's time for him to recover, body wise, mind wise, emotionally wise. And guess what happens to the fighter after 2 years? His career is over. So when you look at how the business model is, where you got a where a fighter can mute your thing real quick, Mitch.
my bad.
It's cool. When you got a fighter who's fighting once or twice a year and he's a pay-per-view attraction, that provides longevity for the fighter to continue to make money and earn a living year after year. It's no different than what Floyd Mayweather was doing. You know, so what people need to understand is we can't have it both ways. We can't say we want to see the
But
best fight the best and then say we want it for free. Because I'm glad you brought up the fact that the fights were
that's
free.
not.
Hold on. I got
Go
you.
ahead.
Look, you brought up free fights. You want to see the fights for free, right, Mitch?
Yeah, there's fights that the PBC puts on pay-per-view that should be free. Yes, that
Okay.
I
Now I'm
think
glad
that
you
I think that I think that I think had they fed us some free fights, we'd be more.
got you.
They'd get more buys on the pay-per-views.
I got you. And I totally agree with you. And guess what's happening, D. Mitchell? That's exactly what's happening right now. And I'm going to tell you why. When Jamal Charlo was fighting, when Jamal Charlo was fighting, when Danny Garcia was fighting, when Errol Spence Jr. was fighting, when Sean Porter was fighting, when Tank Davis was fighting, when Adrian Broner was fighting, all these fighters where PBC was fighting, guess what? They were fighting on free network. They were fighting for free. Before you see any of those fighters that I just named on a pay-per-view broadcast, they were fighting for free. When Al Heyman got the deal with Fox, Spike, I think he was on Oxygen, he was on free networks, ESPN. See, people don't remember that PBC started on ESPN for free before Top Rank got that big contract with him. What I'm saying is, what you're saying is exactly what took place. PBC built these fighters up on free network. We watched them fight live on free network.
Now let me ask you a question. What was better,
Before they became
then or now,
pay-per-view. Hold
for
on,
the fan?
Mitch. Before they became pay-per-view attractions, they all were fighting on free network, on Spike for free, on Fox for free, on ESPN for free. Charlo, Spence, Danny Garcia, what was the other one? The other Garcia, my man, I love him. He fought Spence. Adrian
Mikey.
Broner was who? Mikey. There you go. Mikey Garcia. My man Broner was fighting on HBO when he was coming up. What I'm saying is they all were fighting on a network free of charge. Keith Thurman was fighting on Fox. What I'm saying is these guys were fighting on network and it was free for the public because why? PBC was building these guys up to put them in a position where they are right now for you to have to pay for them to fight on pay-per-view, Deontay Wilder included. So what you're saying actually did materialize.
I get what you're saying. That's the bit I'm saying. Now, which time was better? When you had the up and comers fighting for free, or now where you're getting maybe one fight a year and Pitbull Cruz 3 times a year?
What was
Which
better?
one?
Turn your
Yeah.
audio off so they can hear me.
Okay, my bad.
Which one is better? Which one is better is right now. Because you know why it's better now? Because now as a promoter, I can justify charging you $80 to $100 to see Wilder on pay-per-view. Because you've seen
For the
Wilder fight
fans, though.
Right.
Not
That's
for
what
the
I'm talking
promoter,
about.
for the fans.
No, listen to me. I can, as a promoter, I can justify to the fans why you should be charged $80 to $100 to see Deontay Wilder fight on pay-per-view because I've exposed my product, Deontay Wilder, to you on free network time and time and time again as we were building him up. So I can justify charging you now because you've been following the career of Wilder. You've watched him on Fox. You've watched him on Spike. You've watched him on this network and network free of charge. Now he's at a level where he's generated more interest from the fan base. And on top of that, our promotion has allowed us through marketing and good business to galvanize you to say, you know what? 80 to 100, that might be a lot, but I'm going to buy it. Because they've exposed him to a pay-per-view audience. When they were fighting on free networks, nobody knew who these guys were. PBC had all these guys fighting, and all the fans were happy because they were fighting for the fans to see it free. But you said you would rather for the fighter, but you said that you would rather for the fighter to make more money than the promoter. How? There's only one way for the fighter to make more money, and that's through the pay-per-view owner. And even you know that, D. Mitchell.
I get that. What I'm saying is all of them shouldn't be. You used to have to earn to be a pay-per-view fight. Do you know what? You're old enough to remember that pay-per-view was everybody. What everybody wasn't on pay-per-view. To me, that model is not gonna sustain. You're not gonna be able to sustain that model where you pay for every fight. You remember, like, there was a card back in the day. I can't remember. It was like the heavyweights, and it was like Roy Jones was on the undercard.
Yeah.
You know what we paying for that. You feel me? So, like, if you had, let's say, Crawford, Spence, right? But look at their undercard. Now look on that. Now let's say if it was Boots and Ortiz on the undercard, and then at lightweight you had Cool Boy and Inoue. I got 120 for you all day.
So let me ask you a question. What you
But hold
saying
on,
is
hold on, hold on. But what people, hold on, hold on. But what PBC doing? Oh yeah, they give you Spence Crawford, but the undercard you can go to the store on the undercard. You
okay?
can
Got
can
you.
you go, Marty? You'll go to the grocery store on the undercard. Tell the truth.
No problem. Got you. Let me ask you a
I'm
question. I
saying
got
I'm
you.
asking you a question.
I
I'm
got
asking you, will you go if you had to go to the store on the undercard of Spence Crawford? Would you go?
yes.
See what I'm saying?
Now let me
You
ask you a
should
question.
go ahead.
When Terrence Crawford fought Amir Khan, that was on pay-per-view, right?
Okay, I'll follow you.
So that was on pay-per-view. Did you buy that fight?
I don't think so.
Testing 1 2.
I said I don't
You
think so. I may have been somewhere. I know. I think I watched it, but I didn't. I don't think I bought it personally.
okay? You a Terrence Crawford fan. That's what made me ask you that. So you watched the fight though when Crawford fought Amir Khan. Did you have a problem with watching that fight and them charging the fans for that fight? Did you
For
have a
Terrence
problem?
Crawford,
Yeah, when Terrence Crawford fought Amir Khan on
no,
ESPN
no,
Plus, you
but
didn't have a
no,
problem
but
with that.
that's no, and here's why. Because that's Terrence Crawford, undisputed, top of the line guy. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with having to pay for Tank to fight
Okay, got
some
you.
guy they just found, you know, 2 years ago.
I got you. So you didn't have a problem when Top Rank charged to see Crawford fight, let's say Amir Khan.
Co- Correct, and I don't have a problem with him with PBC charging for Arrow.
I got you. I know.
Right.
I know you don't. You don't have a problem with that. I got you. But you criticize PBC because they had their fighters on a free network and you don't think they deserve to have some of those fighters that was on free network as pay-per-view attractions. Like a Tank Davis when he was fighting on those networks for free. You don't think he's a pay-per-view attraction. You don't think they should charge you to see him fight.
No, not
Right.
not not. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Right. So what you're doing is you're being biased because I'm
Tank
gonna
it,
tell you
Tank
why.
and Crawford. No, I just said for the very best. I'm not being biased. For the very best, Errol, uh, Terrence. I have no problem. You got to pay for that. But I mean, the
You
kid. Hold on. Just real quick. Look, we're talking about Tank, right? If Edward Berlanga was not moved too fast, he'd be knocking. They'd
you
be getting
going
him
you
more. Hold on. They'd be getting him more
bro.
taxi
Stay on
cab
the
drivers to knock
topic,
out,
bro.
and they could have turned him into the same thing Tank has been turned into. They took him a little too fast, and now he's been exposed. Hear me out. He could be a pay-per-view star within the next year. Berlanga could have been if they wouldn't have took him too fast. Same thing with Tank. I don't want to have to pay for something that's been manufactured like that.
I got
I
you.
don't
No,
want to
and
pay for that.
that's where I was going before you cut me off, and now I'm gonna run you out of
Okay,
there.
go ahead.
You know that Top Rank had Terrence Bar Crawford fighting on ESPN for free before and after he fought Amir Khan on pay-per-view. True or false?
True. Go ahead.
Okay, then. So PBC did the same thing. They did the same thing with Tank and Earl Spence and those guys. They let them fight on networks for free, and then they turned them into pay-per-view attractions. Terrence Bud Crawford fought on ESPN before and after fighting Amir Khan on pay-per-view. Before and after.
Okay, so what's your point?
He got exposed to an audience when you didn't have to pay for it as a fan. It was free. And then they made him a pay-per-view attraction. The same thing PBC did with Tank Davis, Errol Spence, Thurman, and the rest of those guys. They gave it to you for free on a network, and then they made them
Did
pay-per-view attraction. It's
did
the
did
same
did
thing.
Crawford fight for free after that? After
Absolutely.
Khan?
Absolutely.
So
You the Crawford fan, you tell me.
so if he did, then so how is that comparable to what PBC? How is that comparable? Because the rest of them after they first one,
You
it's
ready for this?
all.
You
Go
ready?
ahead. I am.
It's comparable. Because anybody over at PBC that fought on pay-per-view as a headline, they didn't go back and fight on regular network no more.
Exactly. That's my point. And and for the fans, which is what I came in saying, that is horrible. You
No,
know
it's
it and I
not.
know it.
No,
It
it's not.
is. It is.
I'm gonna show you how.
It
Let me show
is.
you how. You married D. Mitchell?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say before you was married. Let's say you took your fiance to
Not the same.
no, hold on. Let me give it to you. Let's say you took your fiance to Del Frisco's, right? High-end restaurant. When she becomes your wife, she don't want to go to Del Frisco's no more. She want to go to the Bahamas now. You agree with that, don't you?
Yeah.
So my point is, it's no different in a business relationship. Once that woman got exposed to Del Frisco's and you put her on another level in your life, her expectation level changes. Well, that's what happens in the business of boxing. In other words, is if the PBC, you got to mute your phone, D. Mitchell. You got because your audio. I don't want nobody to miss this. If the PBC expose a fighter to an audience that's getting the product for free, and then this fighter is built up and reach a certain plateau where the business relationship excels and evolves, and this fighter becomes a pay-per-view attraction, that pay-per-view attraction will not and do not and should not be exposed to going back to fighting on regular network.
And that's why we're in the position we're in now, is because they never should have been on pay-per-view, is my point.
But you're wrong. That's what I'm
How am I
saying to
wrong?
you. Because they've been on
Danny
pay-per-view.
Garcia should be on pay-per-view?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
absolutely.
All right. Well, then we just disagree then. We just
But
disagree.
let me tell you why.
Yeah, tell me why.
Everybody that's over at PBC that was on pay-per-view, guess what part of this element that you are not including?
Go ahead.
They are big ticket sellers. Every last one of them. From Deontay Wilder, Danny Garcia, Errol Spence, and Tank Davis. They are big ticket sellers. They galvanize people to buy their fights and come to their fights. And their fan base follow them all across the world. That's the element that you're not including in this thing here. Like Terrence Crawford, for example. Did you buy that Crawford Evanesian fight? Did you buy that?
Yeah, I bought it.
Why? You knew he was going to beat Evanesian. Why you buy it?
I was supporting him.
Oh, but you ain't want to support Tank when you knew Tank was going to knock the guy out. You thought that he shouldn't fought him. You being biased, bruh.
No, that's not being biased. If I
You
have a
said
guy
that
that I
Tank was
said,
going to knock the guy out, but he was being charged a lot of money to see it. You
do you
knew
know the
Crawford was
difference?
going to beat
Hold on.
Evanesian.
Do you know the difference in the price of those two fights?
Of course, absolutely.
Okay, then. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you know why the
You-
price was different.
Well, yeah, the young man got to get. So this is the thing. I'm I I understand the business and I like it for the
You know
boxers.
Crawford
Hold on.
don't sell more than Danny Garcia. You know Crawford don't sell more than Danny. You even know that.
Correct. I agree. I agree with
That's why the
that. Yeah,
price
there's
point
no
is different.
question. Yeah, I get it. I get it. But this is what I'm saying, Marty. I'm talking from a pure. You're coming from a business perspective, and I get it. I understand why. I'm saying from a fan's perspective. From a fan's perspective, it's gotten worse. And that's why everybody like Blue Blood. What you played earlier of Blue Blood, he was 100% correct.
How?
This is what they're supposed to be doing.
No, he wasn't correct. Well, yeah, he was correct in that point. But see,
Yes.
he didn't say that when he was screaming that they was broke. He ain't say none of that. Blue Blood ain't say none of that then.
Hey. You know Fred from Barbershop Conversations? To me, that's where
Who?
that all Fred,
Barber.
he had it's a guy named Fred. He has a YouTube channel called Barbershop Conversations. He used to be part of the
Yeah,
press
I
pool. But
seen.
anyway, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah. I
I
said his name last
I
week.
listened to all of y'all, and to me, that's where that started from him saying that, and I think other guys picked up on that. I don't know about all that, man. But this is the point I'm making. To me, the pressure should be from all content creators to be, we want the best fights. I don't give a damn what the business says. I don't give a damn who the
But you
promoter is.
want it,
Hold on,
but
hear
you
me out.
talk.
Hear me out. Hear me out. I don't give a damn what the promoter is. That's how you force these guys to put the fights on. Because when you have guys coming on here explaining the business and this is why, this is and that, you give cover to the promoter to bullshit you 4 years before you can get a Crawford Spence fight. You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't. I'm
Okay,
gonna
go
tell you
ahead.
why.
Okay,
Because the
go
guys
ahead.
you mentioned, and I mentioned their name last week, and then I'll mention it again. Those guys ain't make one business transaction in this sport, blue blood or barbershop conversation. So they was feeding y'all a bunch of lies, and most of y'all believed it until the real guy came on, until Rachel Donaire came on, and the real people that do business came on, and we debunked those. And Rick Glazer, y'all listening to him too. These guys don't know what they
Oh,
talking
easy,
about.
easy, easy, easy.
They
Twice,
don't know what they
y'all,
talking about,
easy,
huh?
easy.
And
Well,
you put their
hold on.
names up. You put their names up, brother. You
I
brought it.
know,
You
I
put their
know.
names up.
Well, you brought up the fact that people were saying PBC was broke. I was just pointing out where I think that rumor came from.
They were
That's
lying
what
to
I'm
you.
doing.
They bamboozled the fan base.
Okay, okay. So with your logic, everybody's fighting this year under PBC, right? What can we expect in 20? Give me your prediction of who's going to be fighting in 2024.
Well, I don't make hypotheticals and predictions, but I tell you what, PBC been doing the same thing that they've been doing for the last 6, 7 years, and even you've seen that they ain't changed not one thing, and they've been growing ever since. So next year
So
gonna be
next
the
year
same thing it's
nobody's
always
fighting.
been.
So is anybody fighting next year? Who's fighting next year?
Well, we know Terrence Crawford gonna fight at least at the end of this year when he lose to Errol Spence. They got a rematch.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, hold on. Did you just make a mistake? You just made a mistake. So you picking Arrow?
Everybody on the channel know that.
I didn't know that. This is
Oh
new
yes,
for me. New for me.
yes I
This
am.
explains. See, so okay, I got you. Now don't cut this out. When you repost this, don't you cut that out.
What part?
That we got you on camera picking Earl. You said you were not biased. You said it was all about business for you.
It's all about business. But I was asked who I think was going to win, and I've been saying this for months. You might have just joined. This ain't me just saying this today. I've been saying this for
Oh,
a
okay,
while.
this ain't an exclusive.
This not an exclusive. People that's watching me
Oh,
live
okay.
know I believe that Spence will beat Crawford. I've been saying that. I have.
He gonna
This is
stop him? He gonna stop him, or is this going 12? You don't know.
well, I can't predict no hypotheticals like who's going to stop him. I just think that he has more skill sets that will neutralize the weaknesses of Crawford than the other way around. That's
Got you.
why I think he's going to win.
Got you. Got
Because
you.
Crawford,
Got you.
look, because Crawford is a counterpuncher. He's a master counterpuncher,
Right.
and and he's going to be waiting for Spence to do something. And Spence does something for 12 rounds straight, and you just can't wait. You got to go at Spence and make him respect your power. All that waiting, downloading, oh, I'm just trying. You can't fight Spence like that's just my opinion. With Crawford, with his skill set, Crawford has a skill set. He don't have to
Can
sit back and wait.
let me ask you just can Spence does Spence fight off of his back foot well?
It depends. It depends on the footwork
Just
and
in
speed
general,
of the
just
other
in
fighter.
general. Just in general. In watching Spence, when he is put on his back foot, do you know if he fights well that way?
Yes, because he's used good defense. That's where his offense is. His
Like his
defense
high
is good.
guard?
Yes.
Does he counterpunch? Does Spence
Yeah.
counterpunch?
Yeah. Spence counter punch at times. He does. Yes.
Okay.
Not
All
as
right.
much as
Okay.
Crawford do, but he does.
Okay.
And look, I'm
Okay.
a realist. I'm a realist. Crawford can catch Spence in between his shots, like Porter was doing to Spence. So
Yeah, that's when he's gonna stop him between 6 and 10 in the exchange. It's gonna be in an exchange. He's gonna stop him.
when the last time you seen that happen from Crawford,
Seeing what?
where he stopped a guy that was on his level or better than him, that he stopped him? When you seen that?
I don't think he's fought anybody as Earl's level, and same goes for Earl. He ain't fought nobody Crawford's level.
Right, but you sounded
But what I
confident that
do
he was
know,
going to do it.
It's gonna happen. He gonna catch him in the exchange. Them slow body shots ain't gonna get it, brother.
Well, he
He too
catch
slow.
everybody. He catch everybody in exchanges.
He
Crawford
too
ain't
slow.
never
And
Crawford ain't never hurt nobody unless he was counterpunching them, and we all know that.
what's is that a bad? What's wrong? What's that? What does that mean?
No, it's a good thing. What I'm saying is you're making the
Absolutely, it is.
yeah. You was making a prediction. I'm just saying we've seen this happen with Crawford. That's typical of him. Hold on, let
What's
me get
that?
these. That's tip. What I'm saying is that's not new information for us. We already know that Crawford counterpunches and he hurts people in those exchanges, in the counters.
Right.
Let me get
Gotcha.
these super chats, and then I got to introduce Rachel Donaire. Uh, hold on, let me get my fault. Electric educate agitator. Thank you again for your contribution to the channel and your support. Electric says Manager Marty already explained this. Roll the tape. He came back and said the zone and Cinnamon said that same thing. Thank you very much again, Electric. Isaac Green, thank you so much for your contribution and your support to the channel. Isaac Green says, why does he believe a fighter's value should decrease versus increase? I believe that was a question for D. Mitchell. I believe so. Matthew Thomas, my guy, one of my day one supporters. Always get excited to see him in the chat. Thank you for your support and contribution, Matt. Matt says, just came on. What's the lesson today? Thank y'all so much. Everybody in the chat is heating up really, really good. The viewership has increased exponentially. We have Rachel Donaire here. What's going on, Rach?
Hey, what's up? Back stateside. Really happy to be
Oh,
back
awesome.
stateside.
So you're back from the Philippines.
Yeah,
Salute to you and Nonito. Glad to have you.
of course, of course. Yeah, so I
So
was just listening to what you guys were saying about, the pay-per-view model and the fighters and what the fans want. But I mean, like it's kind of silly because this is a business. This is not a nonprofit. I mean, you look at like you were saying earlier, and Onito was saying it. He was like, "Man, I fought 4 times a year, world championship fights one year, and it was 2012, I believe." And by the third fight, the Nishioka fight in October, he wanted to freaking retire. Nobody knew if he was gonna come back, but he still came back in December. And after the RC fight, he's like, "Man, I'm done. I'm tired. My body's tired. There's 12 weeks of camp. How many 12-week camps can you do in a year, mathematically, to make it make sense?"
right. Good point, Rach. And that was what I was trying to say about longevity for these fighters. I mean, you got a fighter sparring during training camp, and you want him to fight 3 or 4 times a year, free on a network against higher level competition. You're going to burn that fighter out, and it ain't going to be no longevity. And that's why I asked D. Mitchell, do you want the fighters to make more money, or do you want them to just sit back, take peanuts, and let the promoter make all the money? Because that's what's going to happen if you don't provide the pay-per-view business model and you don't stretch out their career, maybe 1 or 2 times fighting a year, opposed to 3, 4 times a year. That's a lot tolling on the body of the fighter. You understand what I was saying,
But the
D. Mitchell?
I get that, but I mean, when you have the fighters themselves, Deontay Wilder himself said he wants to fight 3 or 4 times a year. Was it J Rock? Somebody else? I said, hey man, I want to be busy. My career is busy. It's stagnating. The boxers themselves are saying I want that many fights.
I'll
That's
let
not
Rachel.
And
always possible though when it comes to the matchups. Like, for example, like again, like I said, like you have to have a willing dance partner. And most of these matchups take quite some time, if you haven't noticed, to get these contracts signed. And they have, well, let's go down to the next guy that you're willing to fight, or the third guy that you're willing to fight, or the fourth guy. Look at not Isaac Cruz. Look at Stevenson, Shakur. The WBC was in November in Acapulco. How long did it take him to finally get someone that was willing to get in the ring with him? It's not as easy as I want to fight 4 times a year, and you're doing amazing at these fights, right? You're doing amazing. You're showing up, all these things. The other boxers are not necessarily wanting to get in the ring with you. Look at Isaac Cruz. He went straight the other direction once he heard that he was getting matched up with Stevenson. So I understand what you're saying, but because of the fact of how these contracts are, and they're independent contractors and they cannot be forced into fighting another person, how do you guarantee any opponent against that fighter? Am I on mute? Is everyone still here?
Yeah, I'm
Now I'm
still
gonna be
here.
like, Manager Marty, can you hear me? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, I can hear you. I was just waiting for D Mitchell to answer that, but I don't know what's going on with his.
Yeah, screen's black. I don't know. But yeah, so I mean, like, I mean, we see it all the time. Fighters that do want to have that type of activity. But the more high caliber fighter you are, the more risk you are as an opponent to fight that person. And most people are gonna, either want a decently higher paycheck that they've never seen in their life, or they just turn down the fight because they want an easier opponent to continue to build. So it's about the dance partners as well. It can't just be like, hey, I want 4 fights. Okay, we'll give you 4 fights. We're gonna give you shitty ass people to fight. That we're just gonna pick out, and that can't say no because they only fight for 10 grand, and we're gonna offer them 50, so that they're really not gonna say no. That's not. Then you're gonna be complaining that, yeah, they're fighting 4 fights a year, but trash cans.
Yep. And I agree with that. Salute to my guy. Crown Jewel Boxing TV is with us. Salute to him. And that's the whole thing I was trying to explain to you. Excuse me. Best videos. Salute to you, best videos. He acknowledged me and you in the chat, Rachel. Best Terrence best videos.
Hi,
Um,
Terrence.
yeah, so that's why I was trying to explain to D Mitchell when he was talking about you know, having all these fighters fight 4 times a year. And it's like the fans want to see it. The fighters even themselves may want to do it, but it's not how the business works because it's all about longevity. I mean, and I also included this. I don't know if you heard this part, Rachel. The sparring. These guys got to spar 8 to 12 weeks to prepare for these big fights that he wants to see free. So these guys are taking punishment after punishment after punishment. And like you said earlier, Rachel, when your husband was fighting for that, when he fought that time 4 times a year, that third time, around that third time to fight, he's like, man, my body, my body is going through a lot. You know what I mean? So, in other words, it's not realistic, D. Mitchell. Even if you say you as a fan want to see these guys get into high impact level fights 4 times a year, is really not realistic, even on a business or
Well,
physical side.
we're not saying 4 times a year for everybody. We're not saying that. But what we are saying is, you got who is this? One of the Charlos. It's been 2 years. Charlo, they fight one. Most of the I don't know. Most of these guys over there fight 1 time a year, and it don't be a big fight. Like, who is the big? What's the big fights that we've had? Even though they're only fighting 1 time a year, can you name like
But that's
who was
based
the
on the
big fight?
promotional contract. The promotional contracts, once you become a world champion, and I could bring up one of the contracts I have in my email.
But can
Um,
you just give me like off the top of your head like a big fight the
but
last 3 years? What's a big fight?
no, what I'm saying is that once you become a world champion, your pay goes up in like exponentially. That's one. And but your numbers of a frequent of fights per year that the promoter is obligated to offer you goes down to one or two.
Yep,
And these
that's
fighters sign off of it. So if I'm again if I'm a fighter and I want to fight 3 times, or if I want to fight 2 times, when I'm seeing this big number for me to become a world champion, I'm like, all right, cool. I become a world champion. I make $750,000 for the year. I think I could sit pretty on that. That's fine. I'm at a minimum 750. I'm okay. I'll take that, and I'll fight once a year. Fine, cool. And then they're going to come back and start if they do want to come back more than once a year, then they're going to have to renegotiate that because that's not what they signed for. So at the grassroots, it has to be something that you had negotiated that, hey, I want the option to at least fight 2 times a year. And if I turn down one, then that's on me. But give me that, you have to give me the bare minimum of a 2 fight year deal.
That's correct. Very well explained, Rachel. And let me
Dude,
say this, D. Mitchell. D. Mitchell, let me say this. Because the thing is about it is this. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So you're saying that PBC let these guys fight once a year. We've heard Band Up say Blue Blood Sports TV said that about letting, PBC allowing their fighters to fight one time a year. And everybody's criticizing PBC. But look, and you just said it, but watch this though. Terrence Crawford did the same thing with Top Rank. And you didn't have all of that to say then, D. Mitchell, and neither did Blue Blood or anybody else. And let me give you an example.
we're
Since
talking
we
about
talking
the
about
whole roster,
no, 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 no,
roster,
hear me out. Hear
except
me
for
out.
Pitbull Cruz.
Hear,
Everybody else
hear,
fights like once every
no,
other year,
no
except for
problem.
Pitbull Cruz. He fights like
No,
6 times a year.
no problem. Now we're gonna take Terrence Crawford's last 4 fights when he was over there with Top Rank and ESPN to prove Rachel's point as well. When Terrence Crawford fought Mean Machine in 2019, he fought Kell Brook literally a year later. Let me show you. He fought Mean Machine on December the 14th of 2019. The following year, in November, on the 14th in 2020, he fought Kell Brook. The following year, he fought November the 20th, 2021, against Sean Porter. He was fighting once a year, and he was fulfilling his mandatory obligation with the WBO. So why is it different when
That's
Terrence
fine.
Crawford
I
did
don't
it and nobody and
know.
everybody else said, hold on. Why is it different when Terrence Crawford fights once a year to fulfill his WBO obligation, his mandatories? Why is it different for Crawford than it is with any fighter over at PBC fighting once a year?
I don't mind Errol if he needs to take a year. The big boys is fine. Do what the big boys is fine. Do what you got to do.
But you said big fights.
Mm,
You said only the big fights should be once a year. And Sean Porter, Kell Brook, or Mean Machine was a big fight for Crawford. Even you know that.
no, what I'm saying is, it's not just the big. It's not over there. None of them fight more than like once a year.
What difference do it make? Crawford didn't either.
They're not like I said. I don't mind. So if you're putting all those guys on the same level as Errol and Crawford, then that's fine. We just disagree on that. I'm not putting them on the same level. If the big guy wants to take a year off, fine, because he's making the most money out of
They're
all of them. I
pay-per-view
would
attractions,
assume.
is what I'm saying. They're pay-per-view attractions. They have a different audience they're appealing to. That's what I'm trying to
Okay.
say.
So okay, I guess we have to agree to disagree because I'm coming from a fan's perspective.
I know
I'm
you
coming
are.
from a fan's perspective, and
I
to me,
know,
it's
but I'm
water. When maybe you're managing too many people if you can't get them fights. If they're not fighting, they ain't making no money. We can agree on that, right?
right. So Crawford, but
So so let,
Crawford
let
didn't.
so let so let's take. Go ahead.
But Crawford didn't fight more from 2019. Now he fought 2 or 3 times, but after he fought Mean Machine, the next 2 fights that he had was once a year. But he's not being
But who was
criticized.
they? But I'm not criticizing Errol. Crawford is not top rank. I'm talking
I'm talking
about
about what he
PBC.
was. Right. But when Crawford was with
Still,
ESPN in Top Rank, he was fighting once a year before he left them for 3 years. And you didn't say none of that about Crawford, but you're saying that about PBC guys fighting once a year. It's the same thing.
it's not the same thing. Again, it's a nuance. It's nuance because I'm saying Crawford's top guy, top rank outside of what Fury, basically top guy. We just for this argument here.
Okay. Yeah.
Errol over there, PBC. You could argue it's Charlo, but it's probably Errol. At what I'm thinking. If they want to do the 1 year thing, I get it. I'm talking about the guys underneath. Who's that? You got other guys, even in the zone. You got Blair. You got Blair. He's over there screaming, "Let me go! I want to fight." They're only focusing on the top guys that they can, get that little 70, 80 out of you, and everybody else is cold except for Pitbull Cruz. I'm saying that model to me is messed up. There should be more fights. It don't have to be the big guys, but just in general, it should be more fights. And it ain't. Those guys are complaining that they're even the big guys are like, hey, I want to fight more. And so what I'm saying is, how do we rectify that? How do we keep if the guys who work there, multiple guys are saying, I want to fight more. That tells me something's going on with that model. It may be great for the Charlos and the Spences, but once you get out of that range there, what's happening with the other 90 guys that he's managing?
They're fighting. They're fighting. They're
Where?
fighting.
Where? I don't.
Look
Where
at
they
it.
at? I don't see them.
I don't know why. All them guys you talking
Where?
about
Where?
over at
Tell me a
PBC, they
channel that
fighting.
the other 90 are fighting on. Where? We don't see them. You don't see them.
All of the fighters that we're talking about in this dialogue right now, they all have those opportunities to fight.
We
All
talking
of them.
about. We talking about PBC. Where are those 90 fighters that he's the advisor to?
They're fighting on regular network on Showtime.
Where?
I'm just telling you,
Oh,
they're fighting on regular network. They're
okay.
not pay-per-view attractions yet. They got to come up the same way that Spence and them came up. Free viewership to the casual fans, work their way up, and then
Only one I
they'll
see is Boots.
Isn't Frank Martin on the July 15 card and that's a free show?
yes.
Okay. Well, there's another one.
Who knows? Nobody knows Frank Martin. That don't
Because you
move the
have to
needle.
build him, and that's why he's on free Showtime.
Right.
So I guess in
They know
2 years
they
now.
wouldn't pay for
So
him.
so so in a year, Frank Martin's gonna be he's
No,
gonna be
it's
pay
not
per
gonna.
view.
It's not gonna take 1 year.
Right. Right.
No. Get the point I'm making. Get the point I'm making. Frank Martin is a pay per view fighter. He
I didn't say
projects
No.
to
that.
be a pay per view fighter.
No.
No,
No,
he's
that's
not.
no. Not now. Of course not.
Oh, but does he project to be one? I'm saying you project him to be a pay per view fighter.
I guess that's possible. It's a possibility. We got to see what the
He's gonna.
fans want. The fans are the ones that dictate the price points. You wouldn't even pay for Terrence Crawford. You said you ain't even pay. You a fan of Crawford. You ain't even pay to see him fight Khan, and you a fan of him.
Well, I wasn't at home. I was out and about. I would have paid, but I mean,
You can
I
still
don't
pay
know. We
your
just gotta.
money as a fan and just support it without even
That's
watching the
true.
fight or watch it on replay.
That's true, but that ain't realistic for me. If I'm not gonna watch, I'm gonna pay. But my whole thing is, I just this pay per view model. I get it. You know, I get it. I'm just saying it's not good for the fans, and it's not. I don't see how y'all don't see that. It's okay to
I haven't
admit that
heard
that's
one.
not a good model for the fans.
I haven't heard one fan complain yet that Canelo signed to PBC, that Crawford signed to PBC, that PBC gave us a whole schedule from January now to July of their
About
schedules. I
time.
haven't heard
It's
one fan
about
complain about that yet.
it's about time. We've been waiting on a schedule like this for years. You
Well, I
got
mean,
all the fighters. Shit,
well, if you,
give us the schedule.
well, if you compare PBC to all the other promotion companies, no one else was putting on bigger fights than them year after year after year. So
I mean, I get it. I just still think it's I don't think I don't think that model is gonna hold up, man. It's not gonna hold everybody just like Oprah, everybody's pay per view, everybody's pay per view. Eventually that shit's gonna it's not gonna hold up, man. It's
well,
not.
I'm hearing in the chat, D Mitchell, that you're one of the reasons why Terrence Bud Crawford can't sell on pay-per-view. Because you wasn't supporting him.
Nah, one of the reasons he don't sell on pay per view is because he's just, that stuff's all about personality, man. It's a person that, you got the Hispanics, they're gonna support a guy that even looks like he might be good.
What you mean by
And
personality?
then,
Like what?
well, it's about the draw. It's about your personality. Like Haney doesn't do very well. You got to have some type of edge about yourself. You know what I'm saying? Arrow, for whatever reason, he has that. He has it. Tank, he's got the edge. The back. Floyd had that edge. Everybody's just not. It's all about your personality and your personal makeup. Just
And
like
who?
who
What else is
becomes
it
a
about?
star and who
What else
doesn't.
is it about? Promotion, right?
Yeah, it could be, but it's still if you don't have it, you don't have it.
Right, but the three guys you mentioned that had it, they all were at PBC, including Floyd Mayweather.
Well, I mean, being next to Floyd does wonders. Yeah, I think if you know if Tank wasn't next to Floyd, do we know if he's this big? We don't know. Being next to Floyd does
Oh, he
wonders. The
he has
story, hold on,
still
hear
been
me out.
been
The
big.
story about Spence and sparring with Floyd, that does wonders.
That's not why,
That does
but that's
wonders.
not why though.
Yeah,
These guys, fans want to see knockouts. Fans don't want to
correct.
sit right. So Tank Davis, he goes in there and he has knockouts. Um, Errol
But
Spence,
Crawford,
right? But hold
same
on,
thing.
right? But Errol Spence, before Errol Spence was going 12 rounds, like with Mikey and he was boxing, he was getting guys out of there. That's what the fans want to see. Deontay Wilder, knockout. Most casual fans want to see somebody get knocked out.
Knockouts. Correct. I agree. I
So
agree.
that's the thing with those guys. What I'm saying to you
But
is, go ahead, I'm listening.
but Crawford's been knocking everything out but it still hasn't resonated because he just when you put the camera on him outside the knockout, for whatever reason, it doesn't
Terrence
take it
Crawford,
hasn't took.
Terrence Crawford done more interviews in the last 8 months before we knew he was even fighting David
Correct.
Evanesian and Spence
Correct.
more than any other fighter on YouTube.
That's correct. So that's making my point that it just don't for whatever reason it doesn't resonate with the crowds. That's what I'm saying. It just doesn't resonate. I don't know if that has to do with him being from, where he's from. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't resonate like a Earl or like a Tank or like a Floyd. Nobody's like Mike Tyson. Those all those guys had like an edge to
Well, look
them.
at his dance partner.
How do you explain like a Devin Haney and a Bud having the accomplishments that they have? You could argue more than any of those other guys outside of Floyd, but they just don't. It just doesn't sell the same way as a Tank, who they just if the guy's last name is Hernandez or Garcia, shit, he's gonna fill it up and
Why
you
is
know.
that? Why?
Because he had it's just something. He was with Floyd.
Well,
He
you
was with
you use
Abe.
the word
Hold on, hear me out. Hear
Hernandez and
me out. He was
Garcia.
with what's that? Yeah, because that's who's buying the fight. It ain't the Johnsons and Williams. It's the Hernandez
Why
and
not?
Garcia.
Why not?
Why not what?
Why not the Johnsons and Williams? Why are they not buying the fights?
Well, I think it goes back to my point. Is like, hey, it got to be a special fight for me to spend that money to buy that fight. It
Even if
needs to
you're a
be
fan of the
special.
fighter, even if you are an actual fan of that fighter,
You'll buy one, you might buy two, but at some point you want to see them you want to see them fight somebody that you know is going to give them a fight. You want to see
but
a real fight,
but
not a
you but
production. It's
but
turned
you
into that's a production. It's almost
but
like
but
exhibition fights
But you're
with Tank.
D Mitchell, you have to be honest. You are contradicting yourself right now because you
How?
said when it's a big fight and you know that it's going to be a competitive fight, then it's justifiable to pay for it. But you said that you bought the Terrence Bud Crawford versus David Evanesian fight on BLK Prime, and you knew he was going to beat David Evanesian. You knew that fight was not going to be competitive, and you knew Crawford was going to win, and you still bought the fight for $39.99.
Right. That's a bargain. We can do that.
But that's not what you.
And hold on. And part of the reason I bought that fight was to try to help his numbers because I know the earlier reason how they were able to duck and stall him out so long for Earl to try to heal as much as possible is that they were saying his numbers wasn't right, so they was trying to give him $10 for the fight. So I said, well, let me buy it to help his little numbers, so they can at least not use that as a ducking tactic to try to stall him out as long as they have. That's the reason why I bought that fight.
But
Crown
that
Jewel
has
Boxing.
nothing
What's
to
going
do with.
on?
Oh,
Salute.
sorry.
Oh, sorry, Rach. Sorry, Rach.
No, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Hold on a minute, Crown Jewel. I want to give you a proper introduction. Go ahead, Rach. What were you saying, Rach?
Uh, well, that's the whole point of what we're talking about. Like we're going over around like, oh well, this person, that person, pay per view, and then now you're saying that you bought his pay per view to help his little numbers. Like you're just proving the point. Like these guys, they need to have some type of personality. Let's call it that, right? Outside of the
Correct.
ring for people to actually connect with them, for you to pay for them. But at the same time, like if they're not fighting someone that people are interested in fighting, like the David Avenesian, regardless if it was 9.99, like if it was a BS fight, it's a BS fight altogether. Now, if you had a bunch of 9.99 fights or BS fight, time is money. I'm not going to sit on my couch and watch a non-competitive fight when I know who the winner is going to be.
You didn't watch none of Tank's fights? You didn't watch Tank Garcia?
I did watch Tank Garcia.
Okay, so you just completely contradicted yourself.
No, because I was actually excited to watch that fight. Is the fact that Ryan
But
does
what you
have
just
the
said is a
speed, but I
contradiction.
did say that he didn't. I didn't think that he had great distance, and knowing how fast that Tank can cut the distance is what I wanted to see. Now, was I
Well,
like
that'd be
great
the
about
thing.
the weight division stuff? No, I didn't like that. But as far as what Ryan was, Ryan wasn't like this. Okay, like this just tomato can that nobody knew who he was. He's fast. He's definitely fast. And he had the height. Now, can he adjust to Tank? That's what I wanted to see. But again, did I watch David Avenesian? No. And that was free. I was over at the bar and someone had it on their phone. So I was just looking over at the corner. I'm like, not a really great fight. It's not, it's a waste of my time. And my time is precious. It's worth more than $9.99 to watch a fight. And mind you, I have the opportunity to go to a lot of these fights. We'll
Right.
go for free,
That's
but I'm
true.
not going to sit there even to go to a main card event and I don't believe that I'm gonna get my time's worth. Then I'm not going to go.
Facts. I totally agree. Crown Jewel Boxing, you are here live with us, my brother. Salute to you. We're glad to have you. The floor is yours, brother.
What's good, Manager Marty? How you
I'm
doing?
good.
Rachel Donaire, thanks for having me. D Mitchell, bro, you are delusional. I'm listening to everything you're saying, and you all over the place. Um, you talking about these guys? All 90 of PBC fighters are fighting once a year. Then explain to me how these guys are 20 and 30 and 0. How do they get 20, 30 plus fights if they're fighting once a year? They don't fight once or twice a year until they reach the pinnacle of their career, which in every profession you look at, you work less the higher you get in that career. If I'm if I'm a painter and I'm an entry level painter, I'm gonna have to work every day because I ain't making no money. But as my money increases, the wear and tear on my body is gonna decrease. That's only natural. Boxing is a profession. These guys don't get to be mega stars by fighting once or twice a year. They just fight once or twice a year once they become a mega star. And they've earned it. Again, they talked about the cans. Do you know what your body goes through to participate in a 12-round fight just in the preparation for that 12-round fight? Those guys are sparring 10 to 12 rounds a day, 8 to 12 weeks to get ready for a 12-round fight. How many times can you do that in one calendar year and still remain healthy? Like when you're a younger fighter, every fighter goes into fights with injuries. When you're a younger fighter, you take that risk because you're trying to ascend the ladder. When you're an older fighter and you're fighting higher level competition, you're going to give your body that chance to heal so you can be at your absolute best. You need to understand boxing before you start putting time constraints and parameters on fighters because your point made no sense.
Okay, so you say I'm delusional because I would like to see them fight more often, and if you're not the top guy, I
No,
should be
you're
able to
saying I'm saying
watch it.
you're delusional because you're saying they only fight once or twice a year, and these guys have over 20, some over 30 fights. Mathematically, you can't get that fighting once or twice a year. So at some point, they were fighting much more than once or twice a year. And like I said, they reached the point in their career where they're making the kind of money and fighting the type of high level opposition where they can fight once or twice a year. Which again, every
So give me
fighter
an
has
example.
to
Can you give
make
me
it
an
to that
example?
level or
Can you
they're
give
going to
me
look
an?
like some of the fighters I see walking around on their heels and speaking
Oh, you
crazily
grandstanding.
because they stayed
I thought you wanted
busy too
dialogue.
long.
Can you give me an example of a high level fight at 1 year? So, can you give me an example outside of Arrow? Don't go to Arrow.
I'm going to say this. Everybody fighting in a 12-round fight is fighting in a high-level fight. Now,
Oh
whether
my
they're a
God. Okay,
super,
I'm done. I'm done.
oh,
I'm
you
getting
are
on my.
done because obviously you don't understand what it takes to fight in a 12-round fight. That's the very top of boxing. You have
Don't do
4-round
that. Don't
fighters,
do that.
6-round
Don't do that.
fighters, eight
Don't do
round
that. Can
fighters,
you give me an
10-round fighters.
example? Can you give me an example? Give me an example.
Every fighter fighting in a 12-round fight is going through the same type of attrition that the superstars are going through. Just because they're not superstars don't mean their body is going through any less.
You're right. So give me one example of a high level fighter that fought 1 year. Give me an example outside of Errol
A high-level fighter that did what?
that only fought once in a year that you saying and that's fine. And they charge you
Huh?
pay-per-view for it.
Well,
Who was who you,
who's on pay-per-view fighting once a year besides Earl and Terrence?
as you tell me,
There is. You're the one
all
who
of
made
them.
that argument that
Wasn't
they're
Danny
only
Gar-
fighting once a year. I'm telling
so
you, these
so was
fighters
Danny
don't
Garcia
fight.
was
You
was that
said
was Danny
90.
Garcia was
No, no,
hold
hold
on,
on,
hold
hold
on.
on.
Was Danny
Danny
Garcia
Garcia has
on
reached the pinnacle of
was he
boxing.
on there?
He's
Was he
reached the
on there?
pinnacle of boxing and is a
Was he on
very
there?
accomplished businessman. Danny has been to the mountaintop. He can fight when he wants. His financial situation requires that. He doesn't have to fight 5 or 6 times a year. He's done that already. He's earned the right to sit back and fight when he wants to. That's what
Deontay Wilder
happens
said he
when you're
wanted
an
to.
accomplished professional. You
Okay,
fight when
Deontay
you
Wilder.
want to fight, not when people on YouTube say you should fight.
Deontay Wilder. Well, the people on YouTube are the ones who buy your fights, so you
Absolutely.
got to be
And
real
they're still
careful.
buying them.
So
And they're
so so
still
don't get
buying them.
don't so make don't get elitist on the people on YouTube
No,
because that's
it's
the
not
only
about being
platform.
elitist. It's about
That's the
being
only platform.
educated. It's
That's the
about
only
being
platform
educated.
promoting these fights. So don't get elitist against YouTube
It's
people
not
that
about
watch
being
YouTube.
elitist. It's about being
That well,
educated.
that comment you made was an
No, it
elitist
was
comment.
not. You twisted it to
Yeah, it
make it
was.
sound elitist. I'm speaking to education. Just like somebody on YouTube is not going to tell a doctor how often he should perform a surgery or tell a pilot how often he should fly a plane. You have no knowledge of what it takes to do that profession, so you have no right to say how often it should be done. Now, your argument, you brought up Danny Garcia. How do you justify Danny Garcia should be fighting more?
If I'm not mistaken, hell, I thought he said he wanted to. I know Deontay Wilder did. It
Well,
don't get no bigger than that.
Deontay Wilder had
So give me the
three.
reason. Give me the business reason why he isn't fighting more, even though he says he wants to. Give me the business reason.
I give you the physical reason, and there's a business reason behind the physical reason. He
I'm
had
asking for the
three.
business reason.
Listen, you asked me a question. Do you want me to answer?
Go ahead.
He had three horrible wars with Tyson Fury. He needed
And
time to heal.
after that,
Number
said
one.
he wanted more fight.
Hold on. Number one, he needed time to heal. Number two, in the last couple years, he's changed trainers. They needed time to adjust. That short period of time they had before the last Fury fight evidently wasn't enough. He needed more time. Number three, like Rachel said, you have to have a dance partner. Who's he going to come out and fight? Joe Blow? Who wants to see that? He's reached the point in the sport where you only want to see him against top level competition. Top level competition is not one, always available, or two, willing to fight you. So when he's able to fight, when there's a dance partner, and when it makes financial sense, he fights. Right now, what's the holdup of the fight of him and Andy Ruiz right now? Do you know that?
Yeah, my mic was off.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, there's a discrepancy about how much they're getting and that kind of thing. Looks
okay.
like
You
Andy
don't think
Ruiz
that
is trying to
don't
price
think
himself out.
okay? You don't think that happens at every high level fight? Everybody feels like they deserve a bigger piece of the pie that's being offered, and there has to be some actual negotiation. Do you think that happens in an instant, or do you think that happens over time? And you
There's
think
no question that
time has to
happens.
pass and people have to understand that I'm not going to get what I think I'm going to get before they relent and sign for what they're actually worth?
Or the other way around as well. That guy's
What's the
not
other
going to
way
bend.
around? What's
That
the other
guy's
way
not going to. Well, let me answer, my brother. Just relax. That guy's not going to bend. So let me give him a little bit more of what I should have gave him 3 years ago, like Crawford and Spence.
Well, again, what is your equation to determine what you should have gave a man? Because if my numbers are better than yours, it's off mathematics. If I'm selling more than you, pay-per-view, if I'm fighting in front of 3 times more as many fans as you, if my nosebleed seats cost as much as your ringside, what makes, and I'm a pay-per-view fighter and you're a pay-per-view bust, one of my pay-per-view fights have sold more than all your pay-per-view fights combined. What makes you worth more money?
Money just like anything else.
I just
You
gave
gotta
you a
pay for it if you want it.
I just gave you reasons that
What's
justify somebody
unreasonable
getting a
about?
bigger piece of the pie.
Okay,
And
so
you
let me
just
ask you
came back
this.
with money's like everything else.
Hold on, just 1 second. Calm down. It's all right. Look, it's no different than step aside money, anything else. If you want this belt and you want to become undisputed, I'm putting a premium on it. Take it or leave it. Just like you can negotiate because you're the A side, I can negotiate as well. And it don't make nobody wrong, and it don't mean nobody ducking. But what's happened is somehow, since you brought that, so we were on that subject. He gets all the he gets bashed because of his negotiating tactics. However, the other side doesn't.
Well,
So
here's a
that
simple
personally,
reality. Here's a simple reality. If I can make the same money to fight Joe Blow that I can make to fight you, why would I negotiate? See,
I hear you. I mean,
Earl's reached the point where he's the cash cow. He's going to get his money whether he fights Terrence or not. It's Terrence that's going to get the biggest check of his life to fight Earl. So Terrence has to eat the crow, not Earl, because Earl's going to go sell 50,000 at Cowboy Stadium and do great on pay-per-view whether he's fighting Terrence or not.
I mean that to me, see that's not Terrence Crawford Hall of Famer whether he fights Errol Spence or not. So
Okay,
that
nobody
don't
said
mean nothing.
anything about him being a Hall of Famer.
He
I
and
agree.
he's
We're
all.
talking about
Hold
business
on, hold
now.
on, hold on,
You moving
and
the
let me.
goalposts.
No, I'm not.
You talked
I'm
about
responding to what you
negotiation. Now you
said.
talking about Hall
Hold
of
on,
Fame.
hold on. What's his name? Crown Jewel. Calm down, brother. We talking. You know, I let you
We
get
are.
yours off. Let me
Uh-huh.
respond how I want to respond. Okay. So he is Hall of Fame no matter what.
Okay.
Uh, and his position, I'm assuming, was, hey, if you want this last belt, this is what I want, and these are my negotiating terms. That doesn't mean he's wrong. Now, if you're a Spence fan or a PBC stan, then you take that position. But I don't fault Spence for saying I want a 70-30 split or he'll take what we give him. If I'm Terrence Crawford, you got me fucked up. We'll make the we'll I'm sorry, I didn't I'm my bad, Marty. We'll drag this shit out for 5 years then, if that's the position you taking, and you see eventually Earl even admitted himself, hey, I had to go ahead and give him a few things that he wanted so we could make this fight. So,
No,
there's no
he
right or
didn't
wrong
have to
there.
do it. He chose to do it.
Shit, if he wanted that opportunity to be undisputed, he had to do it.
Well, here's my thing. To me, being undisputed is overrated. It's just taking 20% out your purse. Those sanctioning
See,
bodies
and
are
that's
frivolous. They're frivolous.
that's that Floyd
Because if those
Mayweather talk.
sanctioning bodies really
No, no,
meant,
no, 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 no,
that's
no, no.
real
What
talk.
I
That's
love,
real
look,
talk.
look,
Let me
look.
finish.
I
Let me finish.
love
Because I went.
Floyd
You asked me to
Mayweather.
stop. You asked me to stop for you to
Stop
finish. Now let
acting
me
like
finish.
Floyd Mayweather. Stop
Hey,
acting
yo,
like
yo,
Act like.
yo.
belts
Hold
meant
Hey,
on. Hold
fellas,
everything.
on. You asked
fellas,
me to
fellas.
let you finish, and I did.
Hey,
So let me finish.
Crown Jewel. Can you give me 1 minute? Can you give me just 1 minute?
Just
I
let me
just hopped
finish
on.
my point, YSM, real quick, because it ain't gonna take
I,
long.
I, I just heard some bullshit logic. Yo.
But you first of all, you moved the goalpost, and I'm still talking to D Mitchell. Because we was talking about numbers, and then you went to whether or not he's a Hall of Fame. I got several friends that are in the Hall of Fame. They didn't fight for millions of dollars. Virgil Hill, we share our kids are first cousins. He didn't he's a Hall of Famer, but he didn't fight for millions of dollars. Like you can't compare the two. Number one, the guy with the money sets the price. And again, if I can make the same money not to fight you, to fight somebody else, I don't have to negotiate on your terms because you can't make the kind of money I can make without me. You need me to make the money. I don't need you to make the money. I'm not a PBC stan. I just see things for what they are. And you talking about the sanctioning bodies, you want to justify them? Well, then how did the WBO let Terrence Crawford get out of his mandatory to fight David Avanesian? Because they can be bought. And that's why they don't mean as much. They're taking 3% of the fighter's purse and providing nothing back to the fighter. not pensions, not medical coverage, not nothing. They're just
So
getting rich
belts
and
don't
being
mean
bought.
nothing no more.
At this
Belts
point,
don't
they
mean
don't, because
nothing
if
no
they
more.
if they
Alright.
do, how could a guy like Rolly Romero get knocked out, move up and wait, not fight again and fight for a world title? Justify that. They've been
if the
corrupt.
belts
Don King owned the WBC for all of the 90s.
if the belts
Bob Earl
meant
and
so
Don King
much,
got kicked out of New Jersey for
Crown,
bribing the IBF. They've
hey
been corrupt.
Crown Jewel, just wait 1 second, Crown Jewel.
All right.
If belts meant so much, then shouldn't Terrence Crawford value them? Because essentially what you're saying is Terrence Crawford held his belt hostage in the sense of you're going to give me what I asked or no fight. But
No, he was
you're saying
negotiating.
yes. But you're saying that the belts mean so much. So shouldn't the belts mean so much to Terrence Crawford that he takes what he's offered or takes the lesser deal to get all the belts? Like you're asking Earl Spence?
See, y'all talking in circles, man.
No,
So only
I'm
one
giving you.
side can negotiate. So only one side can
I
negotiate.
didn't say
3
that. But
belts
you're
to
telling me
1.
the belts
Well,
mean
damn.
something.
So only one side can
Either they
negotiate.
do or they don't. No,
Yeah,
I
they
said
mean
either
something.
the belts mean something to the fighters or they don't. Because
They
apparently
do.
they didn't mean that much to Terrence Crawford. The money meant more. The money meant more.
No.
It seemed like the
See,
belts
see,
meant
see. No,
more
no,
to
no, no, no,
Earl.
no, 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 no,
Wait,
no, no, no.
it
Y'all not
seemed.
gonna do that. Y'all
Oh,
not gonna do that. Y'all not gonna do that.
it seemed like the
Big
belt. It
YSM,
seemed
hold
like
up,
the
hold
belts
up.
meant more to Earl.
Y'all not gonna do
Whoa!
that.
Let me finish
Y'all,
my
no, we not
sentence.
gonna do that. When the
D
man
Mitchell.
tried to fight it,
Oh,
when the man tried to
Whoa!
fight it
Whoa!
5 years
oh, I
ago,
got it. I got it. One
Whoa!
mic. Oh,
your
Let me
boy
oh, I got
finish
said
it.
my
easy
sentence.
route. He
D
said he's
Mitchell. D
gonna take the
Mitchell.
easy route.
D Mitchell. D Mitchell. Oh, this manager
Finish.
Marty. Oh, let's regulate this right, D Mitchell. We let you talk.
Get out.
Crown Jewel
Get
let
out.
you talk. Let YSM get his joint off. D he
Get,
trying to answer your question, D. So let him talk and then you can respond. You can respond. You can respond. Go ahead, YSM. You
I
got
need
it,
a
baby.
notepad, man. These boys be bouncing around too much.
No, hold on, D Mitchell. Mute your phone. Mute your phone. I'm a
Here you
man
go.
talking.
All right.
It
he the one bouncing around.
Yeah,
seems
go ahead,
like
YS.
belts. You talking about that belts should mean something, right? And you said that Floyd Mayweather logic. It seemed like belts mean something more to Earl Spence than they do Terrence Crawford, because Earl Spence took a percentage that he wasn't required to, that based on market value he shouldn't have, to concede to make that fight happen, so he could be undisputed. And it seemed like belts didn't mean much to Terrence Crawford. The money meant more. I feel like there's these built-in narratives that Terrence Crawford been chasing Earl Spence, when in actuality Earl Spence conceded more to get the Terrence Crawford fight.
See, this is what.
At every chance, Terrence Crawford's told you that fight really didn't mean as much to him as it meant to y'all fans. I'm already in the Hall of Fame. Him leaving negotiations to go to David Avanesian. Him not moving off of the number that he wanted. Spence having to concede. He's showing you what means more to him. And mind you,
Facts.
I could care fucking less. I could care less, because get your money, bro. But don't come in here with a bullshit narrative that, this guy is all about belts and legacy, because he's shown you at every chance that no, he's not. That's it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, did
Facts.
you that was everything he said, D Mitchell. You gotta keep it 100 as men. Everything that man YSM Sports just said, D Mitchell, you know it was a fact, bro. You know it was facts what he just said about that. Honestly, bro.
Is it my turn yet?
Of course.
Man, how is it that only one side can negotiate? So it's Spence side is negotiation. What was Crawford doing? Let's just put it out there, because Marty, you kind of ride the fence a little bit. You hint at things. YSM, I love your show by your channel, by the way. I watch it all the time. That's how I found out about
I
Marty.
appreciate you, brother. I
Yeah.
appreciate you, brother.
But let's get off the fence, because we've been on the fence. Oh, was Crawford ducking or what? Is that what y'all trying to say? Is that what y'all trying to say? Because I'm saying he was negotiating. He came up. We've all seen the video. Hey, let's fight. What's up? What your boy say? Why not take the easy route? Well, if you want to take the easy route, well, when your ass get back around here, you're going to pay. If you want to take the easy route, then.
Bomax said he wanted to take the easy road too.
Can I answer that?
It don't matter what he said. I'm saying what happened.
Can I
The
say
man told
something?
him, I'm taking the easy route. Okay,
You just
cool.
told me what
cool.
Spence said.
But when you come back around
I'm
here
telling you
and you
what
want this
Bomax said.
belt, I'm telling you, but cool. When you come back around here and you want this belt, you're going to pay. You ain't going to just give me, you ain't just going to give me, what Earl say? I'm just going to give whatever we give him. Come on, man. Don't do me like that.
And he actually came back and said that he was just joking with that. He wasn't going to give nobody 70-30. He actually came out and said that. But
but that sound good. But we all know the shrewd, and I love. So when I'm making these points, don't get me wrong. Like I don't understand it. I love Al Haymon and what he represents. Shrewd businessman. You don't think they didn't offer that boy 70-30 as the first offer?
I doubt it.
Shit. What you think? That we don't know. It's all speculation.
Yeah.
But that's all I can go off is what he said, which was 70-30.
Hey, D. Mitchell, I just need you to answer one question, bro.
Real quick. Then we got YouTube channels justifying the shit instead of sticking up for fans, being like, I don't care what the splits is, do whatever it takes for both sides to be happy to get it done. That should have been the pressure, as opposed to people trying to break down the business and this is why. And that's why the shit took so long to happen.
It didn't take long because of us. It took long because of them. And D. Mitchell, let me ask you a question. And this is a yes or no question.
Here you go with them yes or no's.
It's yes or no's. Does belts mean? You talked about that belts should mean something. You talked about the Floyd Mayweather logic. Does belts mean more than money to Terrence Crawford? Yes or no?
Does belts mean more than money to Terrence Crawford? No.
Yes.
No,
okay,
no.
so
I think
when you talk about
sure.
when you talk about the Floyd Mayweather logic, you got to talk about that's Terrence Crawford logic, right?
Well, I think no. That's just in general.
Whoa.
Hold on. Let me explain. I can't explain, or you just want me to like. In general, I think as a community, people are just becoming more financially aware and understanding that, hey, I'm the reason why all this money's being generated. I want my fair share. Now you can say that, but that don't mean. So now all of a sudden belts don't mean anything. If belts don't mean anything, then hell, it's just all exhibition fights. This is just an exhibition.
Well, there was fights before there were belts, so it's not exhibitions. You listening to that Bill Haney's logic now, because long before there was belts, there was champions. Belts didn't come into effect until after late Muhammad Ali's career. So let's not act like belts are boxing, because they're not.
No,
number one.
That's not
number
true.
two,
That's not true.
Belts
existed before then.
Hold on.
Belts existed way before then, bro.
Yeah. Huh?
Belts existed way before Muhammad Ali.
No. Late in his career, they finally made him an actual belt. You didn't see guys going to the ring with belts prior to that. Go back and watch all the old film.
So we making news.
They were champions. They were champions, but belts are not that old. Sanctioning bodies.
We making news on Marty. So now belts don't mean that. Is that what we coming to now?
Hold on. You didn't let me finish my point.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Early in your career, for a kid that grew up in boxing, like a lot of us have, right? You dream about being a champion. So it means a whole lot. But once you've reached that point, like Terrence Crawford, like Earl Spence, where you got a few belts sitting in your closet and you realize it's leather and plastic with gold plating over it, and it isn't what you thought it was. Okay, I already got it. Now, what's really important to me is securing my future, because I got this little Mickey Mouse belt, and I realized it didn't change my life too much. So to a young fighter, yes, a belt may mean a whole lot. But once the fighters got there and ingested it and seen what it was, no, he said, damn, this damn belt that's taking, when I got 4 of them, 12% of my purse. Put me in a position to secure my future, because after they throw that last punch, after the final bell, there is no pension. There is nobody providing medical coverage to them. There's nobody giving them anything to take care of themselves for the rest of their life. And very few of us go into the sport and leave the same way. So yes, they should be looking out for themselves financially and securing their future, and they should value that more than they value belts. Because once their career is over, the most they're going to do is take that damn funky belt down to the pawn shop and get $200 for it.
And that's why Crawford said, you're going to have to pay me. I ain't taking no 30%. You got to
But
pay
D
me.
Mitchell at the same time, but when we go back and look at who pushed to make the fight, you can't say Terrence Crawford pushed to make the fight. You can't say that. I'm
So who did? Who did? Put it on the record.
It's clearly it was Errol Spence.
Oh my God.
Who's the guy that didn't fight anybody else and waited?
Yo, wait. Everybody just pause for a second. If I concede to a lesser split that I'm not required to take, and you don't move off of the split that you want, and I concede so we can make the fight, right? That's Errol Spence. Terrence Crawford is the same guy.
Okay, so you talking about? See, I'm talking about in totality.
I'm keeping it. You saying in an interview, I want to fight is not the same as negotiating a fight. It's not the same as going through the proper channels to get a fight.
I will give
right?
you that. I will give you that.
All I'm saying, I'm about my money. I don't care about belts. I want these guys to get paid. But let's be honest of what actually took place. Terrence Crawford fans had the tendency to want to just move the goalposts. Bro, one dude pushed to make this fight. The other guy wanted what he wanted. There's nothing wrong with either or. But let's not act like it was Terrence Crawford that pushed to make this fight. Errol Spence did what he had to do. Case in point.
That's true. You yourself said, he said, I'm a Hall of Famer without the fight. I don't need the fight. Those were Terrence's words, right?
Yeah, those are all negotiating words. All negotiating words.
Oh, now it's negotiating words.
I've been saying it from the start. I've been saying that from the start. I've been saying that from the start. Hey, you're not just gonna pay me for anything for the biggest fight in the last 40 years, like Earl's saying. You're not gonna pay me no, man. Get out of here with that 30%. You crazy?
You realize Terrence Crawford fans went from all the smoke to businessmen right after David Avenesian? Right after that was
no, don't do that.
No,
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yes. Don't do that. Don't do that.
It was all the smoke. It was all the smoke before then. You saying everything but let's fight. It was all that. And then when David Avenesian, when he signs on to fight David Avenesian, then all of a sudden y'all just became fucking accountants and managers.
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that. That's what.
No,
I'm
talking about my own homies. No. I've always been about business.
That's what y'all been doing. That's what y'all been doing.
You say you watch my content. I don't give a fuck about either guy. I can care less. I'm waiting for my young boy to get that strap. That's all I care about as far as the welterweight division goes. But I'm a realist. I know what I saw. My man Bushido's boxing, probably the biggest Crawford fan and a bunch of other Crawford channels out there, kick that same narrative, right? Everything but let's fight. There's a bunch. Check out Bushido's boxing. If you love Terrence Crawford, subscribe to that channel. My man makes great content. But they were pushing that narrative. Oh man, we want the smoke. We want the fight. It's about legacy. Soon as he signs on to fight David Avenesian, all of a sudden y'all talking about guarantees and purse splits. Which one is it? Oh no, it's whatever blood wants to do at that time.
The man needed to make some money for the year. There's nothing wrong with that. Waiting on Al to drag it out like he did Manny. Like, see, y'all act like it ain't a history of this shit. Y'all gotta stop, man. They did the same thing with Pacquiao. I ain't saying Floyd would have beat him if they'd have fought. They waited them. Man, come on, man.
Didn't Steven Espinoza come out and say that it was Crawford that kept going silent during negotiations? That's what Steven Espinoza said. That's not what Al Heyman said. That's not what Earl said.
See,
that's
what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking. So Steven Espinoza is credible talking when he's talking about Crawford. He's on the PBC side. Like that's just like me saying, like me and your brother get into a fight, and I be like,
he's Showtime.
And you be like, yo, my brother said that he ain't like y'all together over there. I can't take. Give me I need a.
According to him, they gave Crawford everything he asked for, right? And Crawford went missing. Okay, hold on. Then we can use Crawford's words against him. Crawford ended up saying when he gave the excuse for leaving negotiations, it wasn't about money. It wasn't about any of that. It was, I wanted to fight before the end of the year. We agreed to terms. That's what he said. Okay. So if they had already agreed to terms after the Avenesian fight, why didn't they have a fight in the first quarter of 2023? Because he wanted to renegotiate what he said he already agreed to. It's bullshit.
Man,
He said he agreed to everything.
See, this is what happens. What happens is y'all get on here and like. So let me ask you this. This is a question for everybody on the panel. Has Errol Spence done anything wrong?
In what?
In
his career?
Negotiations? No.
In this career.
Well, I'm saying between in the fighting, in with getting this fight made over the last, let's say, what is it, 5 years? It's all been so Terrence Crawford. So I mean, in essence, y'all are saying Terrence Crawford's been ducking. Is this what you're saying? Put it on the record.
Whoa, stop. Okay, so when people say 5 years, they weren't going to make this fight 5 years ago. Throw that shit out the window, right? So we're talking about once they reach negotiations, did Terrence Crawford choose to take the Black Prom deal? Yes. Now, if you want to ask, do I have criticisms for Earl Spence? I got a bunch of criticism for Earl Spence. To me, Earl Spence is a fucking
never hear them. We never hear.
What?
It's almost like
man.
Hold on.
Nah, man.
It's almost like the PBC, like niggas is scared. Niggas is scared out here. Something like you can't say nothing about PBC.
No.
I swear,
no,
man.
It's that a lot of people have unnecessary criticisms for Al Heyman that they don't have for Eddie Hearn and Bob Arum. But if you want to,
Eddie Hearn ain't even in the mix.
He's clearly in the mix.
That
but,
brown skin
if you want to get to my criticisms about Earl Spence, who's that?
I said that brown skin does that. That's what they used to do.
Hear
you Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Watson?
Nah, you went in and out for a little bit.
No, I said that brown skin does that. They did the same thing to Don King. When a brown skin guy is the top business guy in boxing, they always try to make a crook out of him. They always marginalize him and come up with horrible things to say about him. And I did want to go back real quick and address that where D. Mitch kept saying Earl wanted to do the easy fights.
Hold on. Hey, my man, on the record, because this video will be around for the next 100 years. Okay. For the record, I love Al Heyman. I'm proud of Al Heyman.
Okay.
Just for the record, that ain't me.
Okay. All right. Now,
I love Don King as well.
Okay. And what I wanted to say though, when you spoke on Earl taking the easy route he was speaking of might have been on the business side because it's easier to make a fight with in-house fighters than it is to make a fight with somebody who has another promoter who ain't trying to play ball. That has nothing to do with the level of difficulty of the fight. It has something to do with the fact that these guys are signed to the same guy as me. We can make a fight without crossing networks and all this other extra stuff I got to do when Terrence was with Bob Arum. So I don't think he's saying I'm taking an easy route because I want easy fights. He's saying I'm taking an easy route because these are easy fights to make. They're on the same side of the street as me. I don't have to cross promote networks.
Crown Jewel.
Yeah.
So look, it's irrelevant because Bo Mac told me himself he was taking the easy route with the Jeff Warren fight. So I don't want to hear that Earl Spence shit because Bo Mac shared the same fucking sentiment on why they faced Jeff Warren instead of petitioning to become the mandatory for the belts that Earl Spence had. He said, we went Jeff Warren, we went the easy route.
Side, because I'm going to take the easiest fight for the most money too. Why would I and that any profession is going to do that. Nobody's working hard.
Mac is on record saying that.
Marty, man, you jumped me this afternoon, man. You brought the heavy hitters out on me, man.
No, what happened was, let me tell you what happened. What happened was I was grinding you up, cooking you, air frying you, and you still wasn't making any kind of sense after I was giving you the game. So it just so happened that Rachel came up first, Crown Jewel Boxing came up second, YSM Sports Media came up third, and you still making excuses and not admitting. Brother, we can't change you. The truth is in your face, brother.
Hey, Marty, I respect him for rumbling, though. He took us on like Thanos fought his injured. Like, you know what I'm saying? I gotta respect him.
He stood on his square.
Hey, I did. Hey, I gotta go. I'll pick my wife up, man, but I appreciate y'all.
No problem. Have a good one, brother.
Hey,
most
appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate the viewership. Thanks, D. Mitch.
Absolutely.
Hold on for 1 second. There's a guy named Dean. We'll be getting off pretty soon, but I think there's a guy named Dean that wants to join. Dean, can you hear me?
What's up, y'all? Philly in the building. YSN, what's the deal? Manager Marty, what's up, baby?
What up,
Was
man?
was
What's
good
going
with you?
Man, that guy Mitchell was up there talking all of this nonsense, man. The only criticism we could give Earl Spence is him not putting that alcohol down and getting in the car accident. Everything else, he been having foot to behind on all these boxers. He's been calling out Terrence Crawford for years. He's very direct on what he's trying to do. He's been saying he want all the straps from day one. So all this, and at the end of the day, Terrence Crawford went on program saying that he don't need to happen for him for his career. So to even try to act like Terrence Crawford was pushing more for the fight when he's blatantly out here admitting he's not, is blasphemy. He just want to have to take Terrence Crawford aside at that point. But let's be honest, if a guy get up on national TV and sit up there and say that he's not doing everything he needs to do to get the fight done, he don't really care if it happens or not, then come on, man. Only thing we can criticize Errol Spence for is for messing with that alcohol and doing and getting in accidents and these type things. Other than that, he's been doing what he's supposed to do. I don't see where you could possibly, you can't say he's been ducking smoke. You can't say he's been inactive because he was only inactive because he had his eye retina and then the car accident. So if we're going to criticize Spence, yeah, I criticize him for that. But at the end of the day, man, when you're talking about making fights happen, one guy has been calling out the other guy the whole time. What else is we talking about, man? Terrence Crawford waited till he got everybody else out the way to where he could not fight nobody else. I told y'all this last time. Who was Terrence Crawford going to fight right now besides Spence? Even his fans wouldn't have wanted to see nothing besides Spence. So come on, man, we got to stop it, man. We got to stop it. A lot of guys just don't like the fact that Earl been calling him out this whole time. Manager Marty been criticizing they business decisions and breaking down why, not just criticizing it, breaking down why he's criticizing the business decisions. And people don't like that. And then Terrence Crawford get up here with Derrick James trying to act tough and be a fool after saying the loudest person in the room is the weakest. That may be true then, Terrence. So we're going to see July 29th, baby. You already know. Philly, we in the building. Manager Marty YSM, y'all already know. Crown Jewel, I holla at y'all. Appreciate y'all letting me up.
No doubt, Dean. Thanks for coming up, brother.
Yes, sir.
We got
Hey, Marty. Go ahead. Who else we got in there?
No. Go ahead. I'm listening. Why? You got him.
No, I said he said a lot in that. I was a Terrence Crawford fan, right? I've never been big on Errol Spence, but I watch their actions more than their words. And the more and more I watch them, the more and more I watch them, it just seemed like he didn't want to fight. I've become less of a Terrence Crawford fan over time to the point where I'm just not anymore. I saw how he moved. It didn't match what he was saying, and I can't. If you're a hypocrite, I can't ride with you. I just can't. That's it.
Totally agree. I got to get these super chats because I was waiting for a moment to do it. Before I get these super chats, real quick, I gotta give a shout out to my guy Philly Fight Doctor in the chat. Always a pleasure, Philly Fight Doctor. Thank you for your viewership and your support. And I hope you got back home driving from an hour and 45 minutes of travel. Hope the podcast got you through, brother. We got my man Mike R. Thank you, Mike R, for your contribution and your support. Mike R says Top Rank failed Bud by making him fight tomato cans. That was from my guy, Mike R. We have Dark 80s Man. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Dark 80s Man says, bro, EJ had a plan to do what he did. Okay, bro, EJ had a plan to do what he did. Makes sense, bro. And also, Dark 80s Man says, the story is wrote the way it's supposed to be wrote. And I think he was commenting on D. Mitchell just earlier. Real quick, I think it's one more person that was on here. One King James, if you can show me your face before I let you on the panel. All right, I got you. So this is one King James. One King James, are you there?
Yes, sir. What's going on, man? It's Maury in the chat. What's going on, everybody on board? Can y'all hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The only thing I had to say about the whole situation with Terrence, but he made he when he came up to Spence, he started moving different, and that's what made me start losing respect towards just like what William say. He started moving different when he came up to fight Earl, because when he went against Khan, if correct me if I'm wrong or not, then he took a lesser person to fight Khan. Didn't wasn't Khan purse size was bigger than Terrence when they fought?
Not to my knowledge. I think Bud got a little bit more. It wasn't a whole bunch, but it was the split was like 51-49 or like 55-45. It was very, very close though.
Oh, because I thought when I looked it up, it was saying that Khan got like 7 million and Bud got like 6 million, something like that. But even when he came in to the lead, he was the A side, and Jeff Horn was the B side. I'm wrong on that one also.
I'm not even sure. I know that Jeff Horn was the champion, and if I'm not mistaken, didn't they fight in Australia, or was that
Yes,
fight in the States?
they fought in Australia. Uh, well, anyway, Bud Bud started moving totally different because he started making all kind of excuses when it came to the fight, and I'm not as knowledge as you are. I just start back watching boxing. I had stopped watching sports altogether because of all the politics. But I always had my eye on him from the beginning because I always say he's a real technical fighter, and that's what I liked about him. But I always liked that Terrence also. But when I started seeing him making moves like he was making excuses, he say one thing, then he do the opposite, and then he told the fans that I'll make y'all. I'm a puppet master. So it seemed like everything started falling into tuition because all his fans start believing everything he say, even though he started talking two face. He and when it comes to the end of the fight, he only person he had to fight was Rocha, and that was gonna go to purse bid. So he had no other choice but to fight Earl because he tried to find every other way but to fight Earl, and cause he knew that purse bid was gonna be real low, and he was holding that belt as hostage. So if you was like he said, if you sure yourself, you're gonna take what's in front of you, and then you become A side like Floyd did. Floyd did it 35 to 40, or was 60, what it was 35, 65 with De La Hoya, and he never was B side again. That's what that what his plan was. That what Terrence said he was gonna do way back when, and then all of a sudden he come up when to get the fight, but he making all kind of excuses to fight. So I'm like you. I didn't care for his move, and he started making me getting further and further, and start disliking everything he was doing. But I had something else. It slipped my mind because I was waiting for a minute.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Y'all going ahead.
Hey, you got it. You got it. I appreciate your input, brother. Thank you so much.
Yo,
Eric,
um,
go ahead, YS. You was gonna say something, YSM?
no, my mic, accidentally hit it. My bad.
All right, my man. We ain't gonna stay too long. We hitting up 4 hours. I didn't even realize it was 4 hours. Good live. We got some heavy hitters with us, man. Crown Jewel Boxing, YSM Sports Media. Y'all make sure, please, make sure y'all go to their channels. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to their channels, watch their content, give them the viewership and support that they need because they have quality content. And if they didn't, you already know I wouldn't be supporting them. But they solid, thorough, sturdy guys. They my guys. Y'all go ahead. Listen, y'all know why SM Sports put me on the map. So I got to return the favor. Go ahead and support these guys. We got my man Aaron H. Muhammad. Just jumped on the track. Day one supporter. What's up, Aaron?
Manager Marty, man, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. I'm surrounded by thorough dudes, man.
I
I'm surrounded by sturdiness. I'm surrounded by honor tonight, man. I'm good.
I see that, man. Salute to all the gentlemen in the on the panel. Real quick, man. I was listening to D Mitchell, and he made me realize a couple of things that I think even as real boxing fans, I think we take for granted, and that is how the fighters' value is determined. It's easy to say we want to see the best fight the best, but somebody somewhere, even beyond their trainers and promoters, has to make sure that these guys' value doesn't taper off or then fall simply because we don't see them and think that they don't want the fight or somebody doesn't want to put on the fight. You got to do a little bit more research on what it takes to make a big fight. You can't say on one hand you think these guys should be on regular TV and then think that when they are put on a bigger stage that's going to just be for free, that somebody's just going to, you know, pull them on the stage and put the camera on them, and that's the end of the day. That's not how that works. But in essence, what I'm saying is the formula that I see that works the best, and it's not because I'm a fan of the PBC. The truth of the matter is they have the best formula that I've seen since I've been watching boxing a little over 40 years. And they make their fighters or give their fighters an opportunity, even during their building their careers, to learn how to promote themselves in a way that if something tragic happens and they have to end their career in the ring, they're able to continue as promoters. Now, anybody that wants to tell me if there's ever been another company that has done that to their fighters, I'll listen because I don't know of any. But I think if we really pay attention to the way the PBC has handled their fighters, they've given them much greater opportunities than I think we even realize. Errol Spence actually has a real promotion coming. I live in the area. I'm in the same area as Errol. And there are people that he's given a chance. Now, he just signed another gentleman from this area, a younger gentleman. And he's still fighting. It's not like he retired and, say, hey, I'm going to promote after I'm retired. And we saw Floyd do the same thing. But I'm saying there's no bank that you can go to and say, hey, I've got fighters that are ready to fight. They're good, even though their names aren't really out there yet, and they deserve to be paid. So where's that money coming from unless it's generated by that same formula that we see that PBC has mastered? There's a reason why Canelo and these guys are saying, hey, and I'm not saying they resisted going to the PBC. Here and right now, that's the best opportunity for them to further their careers and get the maximum amount of dollar value for their presence in the ring. Now, I just think that that's something we got to look at it from a different angle. It's not about the fighters that we like so much. I have personal favorites, and everybody on the panel does. But I want even the fighters who are not necessarily that big name-wise. They deserve what they deserve when their life's on the line. So the question remains: how are they going to get that compensation if there's not a working formula for them to get to that level in the least amount of time? So it's some efficiency also involved in this. So all I'm saying, PBC's got that formula, man. Whether you like them or not, whether you like Al Heyman or not, you can't deny that is the most successful formula going.
Yep, very well stated. And I totally agree with the fact that the PBC's business model has been successful, and right now it's very hard to compete with it with regards to other promotional companies. We rocked out for 5 hours and 5 minutes. I salute everyone in the chat. Appreciate your support. Thank you for engaging throughout this entire duration. Thank you very much for your viewership. We had a great live today. Um, Great panelists today. We provided a lot of different levels today through the panel. I know that somebody, at least one person, learned at least one thing about the business and sport of boxing that they did not know before they encountered this broadcast today. And as I always say, I'm satisfied. Thank you again to everyone that contributed to this channel today and to the podcast and to all of you watching all around the world. Thank you very much for your viewership and your support. Um, we will do this again. I'm gonna try to come back up here on live tomorrow. I will let you all know and keep you all posted. But of course, published content will be going out before the night's over today and tomorrow. So look forward to that. Think we got everybody. If I did not give you the opportunity to join the live broadcast, if you were in the back waiting to come on, I know that the time was eluding us today. I want to make sure everybody get an opportunity. So when we come back on this live broadcast, please come back on. Come back on, and I promise when you come back on, you will be able to get onto the panel when I drop the link. Um, Great live today. Look forward to seeing you all live again. Like I said, I'm going to try to come back on here tomorrow. I'll give you all the time if I will. I'll keep you all posted. I appreciate everybody for joining us. And once again, as I always say, this was another episode, unknown episode, of Road to Tape Podcast with Manager Marty. I'm Manager Marty. Till next time, God bless each and every one, last one of you, and I hope you all continue to enjoy your weekend.